Mr. Snell, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. We'll go on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Roy Snell, 2012411 FC. This is the date and time scheduled for a motion to withdraw filed by defense counsel. Counsel, you want to place your appearances on the record?
Worth stay on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Bill Ralston on behalf of the people, Judge.
Dan Gunderson for the people.
Stephanie Kornbeg on behalf of Mr. Snell.
Thank you. Mr. Snell is appearing also via Zoom from the Newaygo County Jail for the benefit of the record. Ms. Kornbeg, it's your motion. Why don't you go ahead and tell the court what you're asking for?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm asking to be allowed to withdraw from this case as there has been a breakdown between myself and Mr. Snell. I did not know until October 18th that he had filed a grievance against me. As soon as I received that grievance, I did let everybody know almost immediately. I'm not trying to hide the ball here. I did attempt to contact Mr. Snell on Monday. We had a bit of an argument on the telephone and he did hang up on me. From that interaction is my understanding that he probably does not want me to continue on his case. I do not think it's advisable for him to represent himself, but he has written letters, one that was intercepted by the court that was sent directly to me that indicated he wanted to do that. I did reach out to Karen Moore of MIDC to just see what their thought process was, what their willingness to appoint further counsel for Mr. Snell. They are unwilling to provide him with another court-appointed attorney as he's already had two through their service. Additionally, Your Honor, if I am permitted to withdraw, but you want me to do standby counsel, MIDC will not pay for that either. So funds would need to come somewhere. I am prepared to go to trial, although I believe that Mr. Snell would disagree with that. I feel prepared. And I'm also prepared to do standby counsel, whatever the court wants me to do. However, the relationship is broken to a point where there's no communication.
Thank you, Ms. Kornbeg. From the people, a response?
Mr. Gunderson, if you'd like to.
Sure. Your Honor, we can't take a position on the status of communication between defense counsel and the defendant. However, we did file a memorandum of law with the court, which does reflect case law regarding situations like this. There's a specific inquiry the court would need to make, and that's outlined in our conclusion. If the court wanted to proceed with the trial as scheduled, that is what we're asking for today, just because we've had so many adjournments in the past, and we think it's incumbent upon the court to continue this trial to have it completed within a reasonable amount of time. Other than that, we would just rely on the case law stated in our memorandum. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Gunderson. Mr. Snell, anything you want to tell me about the motion and whether or not that's true, that you don't want her to represent you? I mean, what's going on?
She ain't been representing me. I ain't seen the lady in 6 or 7 months. I showed her all the original police reports, the original grand jury testimony where William Rothstein padded the case, suppressed evidence, obstructed justice. There was no physical evidence. All that, he got a detective out of retirement. Ain't no way in the hell I'm about to go to trial. You allowed it in your court. I mean, come on now, if you're gonna be a judge, make it fair. What he doing ain't fair. And look at what y'all gave me. Y'all gave me a public pretender. If she was a lawyer, she would have been up here fighting my case. Everything that she's saying, that's some bullshit. I don't want that bitch.
Hey, you're not gonna curse. If you've got an issue, you can tell me
Look,
what
y'all
it
got me
is.
here. Wait a minute, I got an issue. Y'all got me here illegally. This some bullshit. Y'all
Mr. Snell,
allow
if
this
you
man
continue
to
to
break.
curse, Mr. Snell, if you continue to curse in my courtroom, I will have you removed. I'm not gonna put up with it. You can't speak to me that way. This is a
I ain't
courtroom and you're
speaking to
gonna
you
show
like
some
that.
respect, whether you're at the
Well,
jail
show
or
me some
not.
respect. Show me some respect.
Okay, please mute him for me.
I believe him. I heard him clearly say, Your Honor,
So,
he
Mr.
doesn't want that bitch.
Mr. Snell, I'm not gonna put up with you speaking over me, cursing on the record. If you're not happy, you're not happy. That's fine. You don't need to talk like that. And I'm not gonna put up with it. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna try to scream over you. For the benefit of the record, I've muted Mr. Snell now. We cannot hear him because I'm not going to allow him to interrupt these proceedings any further. Mr. Snell, in a moment, I'm going to unmute you and allow you a chance to tell me why you think your relationship has broke down. You have told me things that make you upset about the case, rulings that happened in the preliminary examinations, things that you think are illegal, things you have mentioned to me before. Those are not reasons to remove Ms. Horndike from your case. Those are appealable reasons that you can appeal your case at any point when you want to, but that is not a reason to remove Ms. Horndike. Now, if you want to speak to me and let me know what that is, I will let you do so. Can you please unmute him?
The corrections officer.
Mr. Snell, I need you to unmute the Zoom on the table. Should be a little mute screen, little red microphone. Well, we've been able to unmute him before. There, Mr. Snell. Now, if you'd like to explain to me why you think there's been a breakdown in your relationship with Ms. Horndike, you
Wait
may
a
do
minute.
so.
In case you didn't hear me correctly, I'm gonna say it once more. I'm sure you heard me. She ain't been up here in about 7 months. She ain't tried to do no work on my case. Everything that I pointed out, as far as filing motions, she ain't done nothing. She ain't been no type of lawyer. So why would I want her as my lawyer? I just said it. I'm saying it again in case you are not clear. You know what I'm saying? As far as muting me and all this stuff, I don't care what you do. You allowed this man to do all type of illegal stuff in your courtroom. I got the right to have proper defense. She is not proper defense. Give me a real lawyer. I ain't seen that lady in I don't know when.
Ms. Horndike, he's indicated you haven't been there in 7 months. Have you seen him in the last 7 months?
I have, Your Honor. In fact, I believe I went in September and I directly handed him everything that he had given me. He'd given me numerous
No, she didn't.
copies of notes that he had written on like a preliminary examination transcript. I handed that directly back to him.
The officer gave it to me. You didn't give it to me. I didn't even see you. The officer handed it to me in my cell. She lying.
Mr. Snell,
Yeah.
she didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt her.
There
She
was
lying.
two separate packets of information. The first packet I did give to corrections officer to give to him because I could not.
There you go.
That day. The second time I handed them directly through the glass to him in September. I did not know at that time that he had grieved me. He did not mention it to me. I sat there with him. We went through the same stuff we're going through right now, Your Honor, and that is when I brought it to the court's attention at our last status conference that there was a breakdown in our relationship. He doesn't seem to understand that I have been working diligently. I have 40 years of case law transcripts and things that I have to work through. He's not willing to tell me anything about the facts and circumstances, no matter how many times I've tried.
That's a lie. That's a lie right there.
It is not a lie, Your Honor. I would not lie before this court.
So you ain't taking no notes. Okay, one time, Your Honor, she came up here one time. That one time. My bad. One time in 7 months.
Have you been to the jail more than once?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
The jail got a record. The jail got a record.
Mr. Snell,
Check the record.
almost 4 hours.
Check the jail record. That'll tell it all.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Snell. All right. Anything else from the people?
No, Your Honor.
This case has been ongoing, obviously, as everyone knows, for some time. It's almost, 2 and a half years old, 2 years old at least. We've adjourned it a number of times for a number of various different reasons, most for COVID. We previously adjourned it to allow Mr. Snell a different counsel. He had grieved previous counsel, and the court allowed that counsel to withdraw and appointed Ms. Korndike. That resulted in another delay, another adjournment, required Ms. Korndike additional time to get up to speed. The case law indicates, and I know you're all aware, the defendant has the burden of proof to show that there's good cause, that there's been a breakdown, and in addition, that the delay or the request to withdraw, if allowed, would not unreasonably disrupt the judicial process. Good cause exists where there's a legitimate difference of opinion regarding fundamental trial tactics. This isn't just a difference of opinion or a loss of confidence. Alleging a loss of confidence and a grievance alone is not enough to show good cause. There has to be specific incidents, specifically in regard to trial strategy and those things that pertain to moving forward in trial. The court has heard from Mr. Snell on a number of occasions, continuing to allege that these circumstances, these proceedings are illegal and that he is here illegally. I've explained to him on a number of occasions that if he feels that something is done improperly in this court, he will be allowed or have an appeal right available to him in the Court of Appeals. At this point in time, it doesn't seem to me that there's been any wrongdoing on behalf of Ms. Korndike. She's indicated that she's prepared to move forward in trial. She's indicated that she's worked diligently, been there a number of times, despite his statement that she hadn't been there in 7 months.
Check the jail record. Check the jail record.
Mr.
Check
Snell,
the jail record. You ain't gotta go on my word. Check the jail record.
Go ahead and mute him. For the benefit of the record, I've muted Mr. Snell again due to his inability to remain quiet while I give my opinion. He indicated clearly on a number of occasions today that she had not been there in 7 months, but yet when she describes a visit in September, he does acknowledge that clearly she's been there in the past 7 months on more than one occasion and has been working towards preparing for this case. In addition, there seems to be a habit by Mr. Snell of purposely attempting to break down relationships with attorneys, both the previous attorney and this attorney. The court is not required to give new attorneys when and if he refuses to cooperate with his counsel, refuses to speak to them, files grievances against them, or refuses to communicate with them. Hanging up on her when she calls on the phone and or grieving her or refusing to talk to her does not give rise. He is not allowed to make the circumstances so that he could be allowed a new attorney. In addition, even setting aside all of those things, this request would cause a serious disruption in already a 2-year-old case. And the court is not willing to allow that disruption. Lastly, but not lost on the court, is the MIDC is the one who's responsible for appointing an attorney. If in fact they're indicating that no other attorney would be appointed, it gives this court very little choice but to continue down the path that we have. Briefly, Mr. Snell, there was some discussion that he had sent a letter wanting to represent himself. This court has not received that letter. I understand there may have been some ex parte communication that came in. This court doesn't see that. My staff sees it. They don't talk to me about it. It may have gone back to Ms. Korndike to address it. I was never made aware that he had ever made any requests to represent himself. In addition, at this point in time, even if I had received that request today from Mr. Snell, the court would have denied that request as well, as it is untimely and would again result in an unfair disruption in these proceedings. The court has a serious concern for timeliness in this matter, as Mr. Snell has pointed out on a number of occasions. He's been in jail for a long time because of COVID, and the court wants to get this matter finished and finalized, give him his day in court. The court is not convinced that Ms. Korndike has done anything inappropriate. She's prepared. She's a professional attorney. I understand there may be some issues going on between them. I'm sure that with Ms. Korndike and Ms. Smulders as co-counsel, they can work diligently to represent Mr. Snell and represent his best interests. The court's going to deny the motion to withdraw and leave the matter scheduled for trial next week, Monday. See you on Monday.
Okay,
We're adjourned.
thank you.
All right, to the prosecutor for opening statement.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Your sacrifice continues, and we're grateful. I think probably after 24 short hours, you've already begun to see kind of the process that's at work here. And, you know, the instructions that Judge Dykeman just gave you, you know, if you listen to them and they're total, I mean, it's about a fair trial. It's really what it's aimed at. It's giving you instructions about, hey, listen, this is how to consider witnesses' testimony. This is the kind of evidence you're allowed to consider during the course of the trial. And, you know, one of the central parts of the instructions captures the idea that you form your decision in this case based on what you get in this courtroom. Okay? And then again, that kind of gets back to the core value of what's fair. And the reason I say that is because now we're all working off the same page, if you will. Okay? Both the defense and the prosecution and you as a jury, you know, we all have the same information coming from the witness stand and any exhibits that, you know, we enter during the course of the trial. So it's, you know, it puts everybody on the same level, if you will. It makes it fair. Okay. Now, if I were sitting where you are, I might be asking this question is, how long is Mr. Ralston going to talk for this morning? And I can tell you right now, if you can give me your attention for about the next 30 or 45 minutes, I'm going to walk you through kind of what you're going to see during the course of the trial. And, you know, my opening has essentially two different buckets in it. The first bucket is kind of a summation of the instructions that you just got. We'll cover those quickly, but they're good things to keep in mind because they're guideposts that keep us on the roadway to reaching a good decision. Okay? And then the second bucket is what facts you're going to get both from the witness stand and exhibits that we enter, you know, during the course of the trial. Sound like a good plan? All right, good. I appreciate your attention. Let's, you know, we're go through this and kind of cover some of the rules of the road, if you will. It's what I like to think of them as, and it's kind of the instructions you just got, and they're pretty straightforward. The defendant begins the trial with presumption of innocence, and that's the way it should be. You know, you haven't heard any evidence yet, and so we begin the process with the presumption of innocence. And that presumption of innocence, as we talked about in voir dire yesterday, I mean, it continues through the course of the trial. And there's two reasons for that. It's number one, it's what's fair. And number two, we don't want to make a decision, or you shouldn't make a decision as a juror until you get all the information in the case and your final instructions from Judge Dyke. Okay? The burden of proof is on the prosecution, and that doesn't seem unfair either. And again, you know, you go back to these instructions and they really are talking about what's fair. And, you know, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. We talked about this in voir dire yesterday. You know, well, what is it that has to be proven? Is it every fact and circumstance that a witness may testify to during the course of the trial? No, it is not, but rather each element of the charges has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Nothing more, nothing less. And finally, you'll be allowed to consider motive as an element in this case. And, you know, not as an element, but you'll be allowed to consider motive as evidence in this case as to whether or not the defendant shot and killed Rick Atwood back on August the 10th of 1983. Okay? And the motive in this case, I'll touch on in a little while, but suffice it to say, it's one of the oldest motives known to man. Let's talk a little bit about the elements of felony murder. And before I get into the content, let me just say this. In Michigan, there are 2 degrees of murder, okay? there's second-degree murder, and there's first-degree. Obviously, first-degree murder is a more serious crime, okay? Felony murder is first-degree murder in the state of Michigan, okay? What happens, and the reason we call it felony murder is because felony murder is when you commit a second-degree murder and while committing another felony, okay? Like robbery or larceny from a person, okay? So if you rob somebody, kill them in Michigan, even though you didn't premeditate it, think about it ahead of time, it's still felony murder, okay? It rises to the level of first-degree murder. And the reason is because of the aggravating circumstance of you committed second-degree murder while committing another felony, larceny from a person or robbery. So you kind of think of it as like an addition equation, second-degree murder plus another felony, robbery or larceny from a person equals felony murder. Okay, so that's what elevates second-degree murder to felony murder is when you rob or you steal from somebody, and while you do so, you kill them. Okay, that's the definition of felony murder. Okay, the judge just read you the elements. The defendant caused the death of Richard Atwood. The defendant intended to kill, cause great bodily harm, or create a high risk of death or great bodily harm to Mr. Atwood. And the defendant was committing or attempting to commit either a larceny or a robbery at the time that he did so. Okay, and again, think of it as an addition, an addition equation, second-degree murder, which is intending to kill or cause great bodily harm or create a high risk of death or great bodily harm. That is the definition of second-degree murder. And while you do that and you kill somebody, you're also committing either a larceny or a robbery. So second-degree murder plus robbery or larceny equals felony murder. Okay. The judge went over the elements of robbery with you, and let me say this, and I'll pause for a moment. One of the instructions the judge just gave you is you receive the law from the judge. If something I say is different than what she says, or if something that the counsel for Mr. Snell says is different than what Judge Dykeman says, you listen to Judge Dykeman, okay? Now, suffice it to say, as I mentioned yesterday, we all have the jury instructions that are read to you, okay? All right. The elements of robbery, defendant used force or violence against Richard Atwood, committed a larceny while using such force or violence. And a larceny is the taking or movement of another person's property or money with the intent to permanently keep it. And while the victim, Mr. Atwood, was present, okay? Talk a little bit about the second charge. Elements of felony firearm, okay? This is the second count that he is charged with. And, before we get into that, let me just pause for a minute here. As a juror, I think a very healthy thing to always keep in mind while you're listening to the case is what is he charged with, okay? Because that kind of drives both the evidence that is delivered to you and also it provides you an opportunity to focus on, what the allegations are and what evidence might be important to them during the course of the trial, okay? And at the end of the day here, Mr. Snell is charged with 2 serious crimes, but there are only 2. And you already got the elements of felony murder. There's felony murder and felony firearm, okay? And felony firearm, quite simply put, is using a gun, and a pistol is a gun, while you're attempting to commit or committing another felony, okay? And in this case, it would be felony murder. He possessed a firearm when he attempted or commit one or more of those crimes, and that a pistol is a firearm, okay? Talked about voir dire yesterday. I don't have the ability to speak a single word of evidence to you. Neither did the counsel for Mr. Snell, okay? And the reason that's the case is because we are the advocates, okay? And the witness's testimony is what forms evidence, along with any exhibits that might be admitted during the course of the trial. and anything else that Judge Dykeman tells you to consider. So we know evidence comes from the witness stand, any exhibits that are admitted. We talked quite a bit yesterday because circumstantial and direct evidence generally are part of any criminal case, okay? And it is a rare case where you rely upon a single witness who says, I saw the defendant do what he did, and it's a crime, okay? And often in criminal cases, circumstantial evidence forms part of the body of the information that you might be called upon to use when you deliberate. And you know, the examples of that are you can use both circumstantial and direct evidence when proving the elements of a crime charge. And that's the instructions that Judge Dykeman will give you. When you think about it, that makes sense because of the way life is. I mean, you know, the simple examples that we used yesterday about like footprints in the snow or your mail arrives in your mailbox, and that's circumstantial evidence that the mailman's been there. Much of life is that way. And, you know, so the jury instructions, again, follow both what's common sense and what's fair in terms of demonstrating that these two crimes were committed by Mr. Snell. Factors to consider in judging a witness's credibility. It's an instruction that really anybody who's you know, lived life you know, as we all have doesn't really need, but it's a good reminder. You know, what's the age of the individual? For instance, if you had a 7-year-old witness, you know, that might be a witness that would be, you know, you'd have to be cautious about as a juror in terms of their ability to recount what happened, to accurately answer questions. You know, a person who has dementia, who has, you know, reached a certain age in life where they no longer have their cognitive abilities. I mean, those are things that can influence a person's ability to testify and deliver reliable information to you, okay? Again, these aren't necessarily things that anybody needs to be instructed on, but, you know, they're helpful to guide you. What's the maturity level of the individual involved? What's their personal interest? And most importantly, and this is a very important instruction to you as a juror, because again, it makes common sense, is does the testimony agree with other evidence in the case? Because if it does, the judge is going to instruct you, that testimony becomes more credible, more reliable for you as a juror to count on. And when you think about it again, it's a common sense instruction. I mean, you know, evidence that's supported by other evidence in the case becomes more reliable to you as a juror. So a couple of things that I'd ask you to keep in mind as we move through the trial is to ask yourself, well, is the testimony that I'm getting from this witness right now, does it agree with other evidence in the case? And keep in mind, as we talked about yesterday, you know, the process of a trial is a very orderly process. It's one witness at a time, one question at a time, okay? So when you think about the first witness's testimony, and the second, third, and fourth, you want to be asking yourself as the trial proceeds, wow, does that testimony of the first, second, third witness agree with later testimony and later evidence that's provided to you? Because if it does, then that testimony and that evidence becomes more reliable, okay? Another thing that you can think about along the way as witnesses testify is, well, do these witnesses know each other? Is there an alignment with these witnesses and somehow, you know, like if they were a member of a gang, for instance, and that's not the case in this case, but, you know, if all the witnesses were part of a gang, a street gang, you know, you might say to yourself reasonably, well, gosh, you know, these guys are all part of a group and maybe they got together and fashioned their testimony in some way. Okay, so as you go through the witnesses and you listen to them testify, I'd ask that you consider, hey, do these people know each other? Are they lining their stories up? Okay? All right. Let's talk a little bit about the facts of the case. Ricky Atwood, also his full name is Richard Atwood, was 25 years old on August the 10th, 1983. okay? And Richard Atwood was a man of modest means, okay? 25 years of age. He resided and actually had family in Newaygo County, his parents and his siblings. He was raised in White Cloud since 1967. He lived with his girlfriend, Deb Kane. She will be one of the witnesses out in Croton. And the two of them planned to marry. And they lived a simple lifestyle out there in a trailer. And they were not rich folks, but they were both about the same age. And one of the things that Ricky, and that's what people called him, Mr. Atwood, Ricky Atwood, one of the things that he had, one of his prized possessions, if you will, was a Pontiac Trans Am that he called his baby. He also sold marijuana to people he knew. And what's important to understand here is Ricky Atwood was not some member of a cartel that was importing truckloads of marijuana. I mean, back in 1983, if you lived in White Cloud and you knew Ricky, he might be able to connect you with a small purchase of marijuana. Okay, he was not a big time dealer, but he did sell marijuana, and it's something that we don't hide from. The Pontiac Trans Am that I mentioned was very important to him. He did a lot of work on it himself, and he always kept it in very good condition. And it was a very important item in his life. Okay. As I said before, Ricky was 25 years old, living in the trailer with Deb Kane, and not a lot of money. He had never had an unexplained absence in his life. Okay. Let's talk about Roy Snell at about the same time. Mr. Snell lived in White Cloud with his parents back in 1983. And he grew up with a man who's a witness that you're going to come to know by the name of J.B. Martin. Okay. And J.B. Martin and him were very close when they were growing up. And I'll talk more about that in a moment here. When they were growing up together and spending a lot of time together back in the 1980s, Mr. Snell wasn't born and raised in Newaygo County. Rather, he came from Ohio when he was a little bit older. And he told Martin, J.B. Martin, some very important information that you're going to hear from Mr. Martin. He said, you want to rob the dope dealer, okay? And the reason Mr. Snell told him this was because the dope dealer isn't going to be likely to call the police. And by the way, wherever you go, never leave your real name behind. Okay, these are two pieces of information that Roy Snell, after he came to Newaygo County from Ohio and he met J.B. Martin, I told him that this is a couple of lessons that I've learned along the way is, no, you rob the weed man because that guy's not going to call the police. And wherever you go, don't leave your real name. Okay, we'll touch more upon those two things later on. It's important to keep in mind during the course of this trial, the testimony will be very clear that the last person seen with Richard Atwood is Roy Snell. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about August 10th, 1983. One of the things that we talked about in voir dire is the idea that, this is a case that goes back, obviously, 39 years. And the time that's, occurred since 1983 to today, it is a lot of time. Okay? We acknowledge that. We talked about in voir dire yesterday, just because 39 years has gone by, it doesn't mean individuals' memories about what happened back in 1983 are vacant. Okay? There are some things, not some things, there's many things that we remember from that time period, okay? We may not remember what date we went to the dentist. We may not remember whether we went to the grocery store on a particular occasion. But we do remember things like, oh yeah, I do remember that. That was the year of mom and dad's anniversary, or that was the year that I got married, or that was the year I graduated from high school, or whatever it might be. There are moments in life that we remember during the entire course of our life. And some of the events that happened on August the 10th have a quality about them that you can rely upon the witnesses, because this was the last day that Richard Atwood was ever seen by anybody on the planet, okay? And this was a big deal in White Cloud back then. His disappearance and what happened to him, the speculation of what might have occurred was quite widespread, okay? And the people that are involved with this case, the witnesses that are going to testify for you, Ricky's disappearance was important to them. It was a noteworthy event, okay? So their testimony, when you hear it, you're going to have an appreciation for, yeah, I can see why this person remembers what they're testifying about, okay? August the 10th, 1983, Deb Kane, the girlfriend of Ricky Atwood back in 1983, remembers this day very well. And the reason she does is because this is the last day that she saw the man that she hoped to marry, okay? And without explanation, Ricky Atwood disappeared. The morning they woke up together out in Croton, Ricky said he was going to go to Grand Rapids, and Deb Kane was going to go to Big Rapids and with her sister Stockton, okay? One of the reasons that Ricky was going to go down to Grand Rapids is because he owed a guy for some marijuana that he bought, and he was going to go down there and pay him. A guy that he dealt with on countless occasions, and somebody that relied upon him, and he relied upon Ricky to keep Ricky supplied with some marijuana. Okay. While Deb Kane and her sister are on the way to Big Rapids, they go to their parents' house and they stop there in the morning for a little bit. They come back through White Cloud and they see Ricky and White Cloud at the gas station in his Trans Am. Okay, so this is about mid-morning, and you're going to hear from a gentleman by the name of Walter Sanders. Okay, and Walter Sanders is somebody who knew Ricky. He also knew Roy Snell back in 1983, and Ricky and Walter Sanders connected down by the mill pond in the morning of August the 10th, 1983. Mr. Snell eventually joins them, and there's some marijuana being smoked, and Mr. Sanders will admit to that. He will tell you it did not make him deaf, it did not make him blind, and it did not make him unable to remember the events of the day. Okay? And this was not the first time he had ever smoked marijuana. After driving around for a while together, along with Mr. Snell, the three of them are cross paths with another witness you're going to hear from. His name is Walter Philos. And Walter Philos is again friends with, not really friends with the defendant, but he knows who Roy Snell is. He knows who Ricky Atwood is. He knows Walter Sanders, and he sees them and they connect down at the high school, in the parking lot of the high school on August the 10th, 1983. And what Mr. Philos is looking for is he's looking to buy, $10 worth of marijuana from Ricky Atwood. And Ricky says, yeah, I can hook you up. I'll be back in a little while, okay? Walter waits down at the high school about 15, 20 minutes. Mr. Snell does not come back. He abandons waiting for him. That is the last time that he saw Ricky Atwood. Walter Philos, the last time he saw Ricky Atwood, Mr. Snell was in Mr. Atwood's vehicle along with Walter Sanders, and they were driving back east into town. okay, from the high school. After seeing Walter Phelos up at the high school, they come back into town, they being Mr. Atwood, Mr. Snell, and Mr. Sanders. They come into town and Ricky gets out of the car by the drugstore that used to be there on the corner back in 1983, because there was a bank of pay phones there, okay? Before cell phones, he gets out of the car, he's going to use the pay phone. There's two people left in the car at this point, Walter Sanders, your witness, and the defendant, Roy Snell. While Mr. Atwood is using the pay phone, Roy Snell does two things. Shows him a pistol that he's got, and he asks him, "You want to help me rob Ricky?" Okay? Walter Sanders rejects the idea outright, okay? And says, "No, you shouldn't either." Okay? Now remember, these are young men at this point in time. These are not 40 or 50-year-old individuals. These are people, they're in their early 20s. And Walter Sanders doesn't want any part of the idea of robbing Ricky Atwood. Walter Sanders is the last person to see Ricky Atwood alive besides Roy Snell. What he sees is, after he's dropped off, is Mr. Atwood's Trans Am, Mr. Atwood driving, Roy Snell in the passenger seat, turns south on M37. And that's the last time anybody saw Ricky Atwood alive. Remember, Ricky lives with his girlfriend that he hopes to marry, Deb Kane, and she is beside herself about where Ricky is. There's only been one other occasion in his life that he didn't come home at night when they were living together, and it's because he had had a little bit too much to drink and he came home the next day, okay? He had never had an unexplained absence, never talked about wanting to go anywhere, never talked about, wanting to go to a different country, take up a new life. I mean, again, Ricky Atwood was a man of simple means, okay? And he didn't have the legs really to stretch himself and disappear, okay, and cause himself to, evaporate from the planet. Deb King calls Karen Atwood the mother of Ricky 2 days later. After waiting 2 days for Ricky to come home and he does not, she calls and tells Karen, Ricky's missing. His mother, Ricky's mother, Karen, reports Ricky missing to the White Cloud Police Department. Yes, there was a police department in White Cloud back in 1983. And she also reports him missing to the Michigan State Police on August 22nd as well. Michigan State Police Detective Sergeant Richard Miller assumes the case, okay? And he takes on the investigation as to Ricky, his whereabouts, and what happened to him. The important thing that Detective Miller does is he is aware that the car that Mr. Atwood owned is missing as well. And because you can track a car, he puts the Trans Am into Michigan's Law Enforcement Information Network, also known as LEAN. And this is a system where if a car is found abandoned or it's turned in or something like that and gets reported to the police, the notice will come back to Sergeant Miller so that he's aware of the vehicle having been recovered and that he can go and inspect it. Okay? Talk a little bit about J.B. Martin. J.B. and Roy Snell grew up together, okay? And Roy Snell's father was the caretaker an 800-acre parcel of land out near Broman. And in growing up together, JB is going to explain to you that he spent a lot of good days out on the 800 as a young man growing up, okay? They hunt together, they fish together, they camp out there. JB is going to be very clear that the Snell family, when he was growing up, was very important to him. He spent more days at their house sometimes than he did at his own as a kid growing up during the course of a month, because he had a lot of family members in his own house, and the Snell family treated him like one of his own, okay? And they spent a lot of time out on the 800 together. The 800 is an undeveloped parcel of land. It still is to this day. And they would, like I said, they hunt, they fish, they camp, and they do things that teenage boys like to do out on the 800. He called that property, JB did, and I think he will during his testimony, paradise. I mean, it was a great place to be in the late 70s, early 80s, and nobody out there to bother you as a young man, okay? He knew Mr. Snell and his family very well. And at this point in time, JB Martin did not want to be an accuser of Roy Snell. Okay, I mean, this is somebody that he had spent a lot of time with. And as a young man, the idea of being an accuser of a friend of his was not something that, smacked positively for JB. Okay. During the course of their relationship, though, Mr. Snell made a very important admission to JB Martin about Ricky Atwood and how he met his end. Okay. And what he told JB Martin was, yeah, I did it. And if I didn't, somebody else would have. Okay. And you think about who an individual might admit to committing a crime to. JB Martin, in his closeness with Roy Snell, was a factor in Roy Snell's willingness to tell him, yeah, I'm the guy that killed Ricky Atwood. Okay. Keep in mind also, JB Martin just being the connection to the Snell family and in his age also, making him a reluctant individual to come forward. He will also tell you later on in his life, he began to fear the idea of telling the police what he knew because of what the Snell family might do to him. Okay. When you listen to JB Martin, okay, I'm going to ask that you also think about that instruction that I talked about a few minutes ago. That is, when his credibility is tested, and it will be, and it should during the course of the trial. But when his testimony is tested, I ask yourself, how does his testimony agree with other evidence in the case? Now, keep in mind, like I said before, we call one witness at a time. We ask one question at a time. Can't deliver you all the information in one fell swoop. Okay. But when you think about JB Martin's testimony, I'm going to ask you to think about the other evidence in the case, and you'll find that the other evidence in the case supports his testimony. Okay. And that, and ergo, his testimony will support other evidence in the case as well. Okay. And when you listen to that and you think about that, keep that in mind when you're judging his testimony and whether or not you believe it. That is there other evidence in the case that supports it? Okay. And during the course of the trial, you're going to see that there is. Nolan Gant. Okay. Mr. Gant is an individual that does not know JB Martin. Mr. Gant is not from Newaygo County. Mr. Gant, when he was growing up, was from Chicago, Illinois. He didn't know anybody up here in White Cloud. He didn't know Ricky Atwood. He didn't know JB Martin. He didn't know any of the other witnesses in the case. What he does know, though, is he knows Roy Snell. And Roy Snell and him were housed in the Kent County Jail back in 1985. Okay, and they spent quite a bit of time there in the Kent County Jail together. As I mentioned, he doesn't know any other witnesses in the case. And while they were in the Kent County Jail together, they struck up a friendship. They did. They had some commonality to them. Nolan Gant is probably not, you're not going to consider him a very nice person. And he is currently an inmate in the Tennessee Department of Corrections. Okay, and he's going to testify because of what happened back in 1985 with him and Mr. Snell. He's going to tell you that he's in the Kent County Jail. He's on a charge, to a very serious charge, stabbing. Okay, and you know Roy Snell's in there on a charge as well. And in conversations that we have with each other, you know, Mr. Gant shares with Roy Snell, this is why I'm, okay? And during the course of their time together, Mr. Snell shares with him his past as well. And Roy Snell tells Nolan Gant about shooting a white guy in his Trans Am, putting him in the trunk after he shot and killed him, taking the person's car, the Trans Am, and his money and marijuana, and burying the guy where he would never be found. Nolan Gant isn't like J.B. Martin. Nolan Gant doesn't know anything about the 800, doesn't know anything about, you know, Mr. Snell's access to that property and where he could take a body to dispose of. Okay, the things that Nolan Gant knows and will testify for you and tell you about, the only way he can know them is if Roy Snell told him about it the way that Nolan Gant describes, okay? And Nolan Gant, Roy Snell also told him a very important fact, and that was that he left the car at a motel and had it towed, called the wrecker service, and gave a false name. Okay, and remember what I talked about a few minutes ago here. One of the things that Roy Snell said to J.B. Martin was, never leave your real name behind. He used a false name when he called to have the car towed, and he had it towed from a motel that I'll talk about in a minute here. My point is that the things that Nolan Gant will testify to are supported by a witness he does not know, J.B. Martin. Okay, in terms of what the defendant said he did, comports exactly with what J.B. Martin testified to, and that is, you know, you robbed the dope dealer because they're not going to call the police, and never leave your name behind. Okay, Ricky's Trans Am, let's talk about that for a little bit. You're going to hear from John Vanderwoody. And John Vanderwoody owned a service station, an Amoco station on East Beltline back in the early 80s. And he got a call for a tow on August the 11th, 1983. Okay, Ricky's car is, if you will, is missing for about a 24-hour period. It's when J.B. Martin sees the car with Mr. Snell and Rick Atwood driving turn and go south at M37. The next time it's seen is by the service station personnel that are called to tow it on August the 11th, 1983. It's towed, the Trans Am is, from the Gateway Motel. And it's down in Grand Rapids. Don't look for it today because it's not there anymore, but we'll show you where it was located. Mr. Vanderwoody will testify about getting the call for a tow. Matthew Zanto will be another witness. He's going to testify for you about actually going out and hooking up the Trans Am and bringing it back to the service station. When the car got, and the person that called for the tow was a Mr. Mike Robbins, okay? And again, this is an example of Mr. Snell using a different name than his own. When the car got back to the service station, it was a couple of things. First of all, it was dirty, filthy, okay? This was not how Ricky Atwood kept his car. He kept that car in mint condition. As I said before, you're gonna hear testimony that he called it his baby. The only thing that was wrong with it was missing the oil dipstick. It was out of gas. Otherwise, it ran fine. You're going to hear that testimony from Mr. Vanderwood. Let's talk a little bit about the Gateway Motel. This is where the car was towed from, and witness Matthew Zanto will tell you about that. This is also where the defendant stayed the day that he killed Ricky. Okay. There's a registration car. Dick Miller, the officer in charge of this case in 1983, went out to the Gateway because that's, when he recovers the car. Dick Miller learns about the car being towed through the law enforcement information network. Lee reports that back to him. He learns about this in October. It's been stored at the East Beltline service station from August the 11th until he gets out there in October. When he gets out there, he finds the car again, same condition Mr. Vanderwood he did, very dirty, and now it's time to process that for evidence, okay? But the point is, he quickly learns that, when Dick Miller goes to Mr. Vanderwood's service station, hey, where did you get the car from? Oh, we got it from the Gateway Motel. Okay, first thing Dick Miller does is he beats a path down to the Gateway to find out what he can learn about who was staying there on August the 10th and 11th of 1983, because that's about the time that Ricky went missing, and that's when the car was recovered. He finds the registration card, and you're going to hear from a nice lady by the name of Gail Rushlow. Gail Rushlow was a clerk of the motel back then. She's still alive today, and she's going to testify for you. But Dick Miller finds the registration card with the Trans Am listed on it, the false name. And one of the things that Dick Miller learns is that there is a system at the Gateway Motel, and Gail Rushlow will testify about this for you, that back in 1983, if you made a telephone call from your room, what happened is the operator, Michigan Bell operator, after the call, if it was a long distance call, would call the hotel and the motel back and say, okay, there's a charge here, and this is the number that was called. This is how long the call was, and this is how much the charge is, okay? And then Gail Rushlow or whoever was working the front desk would fill in on that room number, room number 20, telephone call to this number in White Cloud. This is how long the call was, and this is the charge for it. In the room, the registration card that was connected to the Trans Am, there was a very important phone call made that evening. The phone call was to Roy Snell's parents' home here in White Cloud, okay? So the Trans Am recovered at the Gateway Motel, okay? And the room that the Trans Am was associated with called Roy Snell's parents while during the course of the stay at the hotel. Remember, circumstantial evidence can be used just like direct evidence in proving the elements of the crimes charged. Dick Miller takes the registration card and looks at it, and as a good detective with the Michigan State Police, understands that his department's Forensic Science Services Division might be of some assistance here. And he goes to them and he suggests that we do some handwriting comparison. He gets a search warrant from a judge. What that means is that he prepares a request to require Roy Snell to provide handwriting samples, okay? The judge authorizes that request. Okay? He goes to Roy Snell and he says, okay, here's the search warrant. Now you got to give me a handwriting sample. Roy Snell's response is, for what would usually take about 20 or 30 minutes to do, takes over 2 hours. What Roy Snell does is he obviously disguises his handwriting when he provides the court, the writing samples that are court ordered, okay? And you're going to hear from 2 different individuals, the individual that originally looked at the handwriting samples back in the 1980s and somebody who looked at them more recently to make sure that the current, understanding of handwriting analysis is given to you. And they're both going to testify. This is obviously disguised handwriting. Okay? Going back to circumstantial evidence, one of the questions we will provide to you at the end of the trial is, why would a person disguise their handwriting unless the circumstantial evidence obviously tells you they're guilty? And that's evidence of guilty knowledge. Okay? By disguising his handwriting, Dick Miller comes to him and says, hey, I got this registration card from Gateway. You need a sample of your handwriting. The person disguises it. That's evidence you as a jury are going to be able to use when you decide, have those elements been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? All right. Talk a little bit about the forensic evidence from Ricky's Trans Am. One of the things that we have to prove to you is that Ricky's dead. Okay. Now, most homicides, you've got a body, medical examiner comes in and testifies, I did a autopsy and this is the manner of cause of death. This case, we don't have the remains of Ricky Atwood. His body was never found. Okay. And the reason that it wasn't because of the defendant's own actions. And the reason we don't have that evidence for you is because of what Mr. Snell did in disposing of Mr. Atwood's body. But so one of the questions during the course of the trial is, well, is Ricky Atwood dead? Okay, let's talk about that for a minute. Lean into that topic a little bit because his car is very telling, along with the fact that he's never been seen by anybody else since August 10, 1983, including Deb Kane, his entire family, and anybody else in Winnebago County. Inside the vehicle are 7 cigarette butts in the ashtray. And when Dick Miller finds the vehicle at Mr. Vanderwoody's service station, it gets taken to the Rockford Post and processed for evidence there, okay? By process for evidence, what does that mean, Mr. Ralston? Well, number one, it's photographed, okay? Number two, a very thorough search of the car is done. And things are seized or taken into evidence that Dick Miller and the evidence technicians think might be helpful later on. But keep in mind, in 1983, DNA doesn't exist in the mainstream yet. And if you're somebody who works at a college or university and you're reading, things in the science journals, you might have been hearing about DNA back in 1983, but it really doesn't come online until later in the 1990s. Okay, so Dick Miller, being a very good detective that he is, seizes the cigarette butts from inside the ashtray of the vehicle. Ricky Atwood didn't let anybody smoke in his car. Okay, he was very fastidious about taking care of his vehicle, and nobody smoked in his motor vehicle, at least not with him in it. Okay, you're going to see photographs, and you're going to hear testimony that this Trans Am is kind of a sports car of the day. It has bucket seats, and it's rear-wheel drive, so it's got a hump in the middle where the transmission and drivetrain goes to the back differential. And there was blood pooled along the hump of the drivetrain. It actually was sufficient enough in quantity that it gets to the back floor pan where the rear passenger or the driver's side's feet would be. You're gonna see pictures of that. Samples of that was taken by Dick Miller and the evidence technicians. And it really was prophetic that they took that, because later on, when DNA comes online, they do the analysis on the blood to the right of Ricky's in the driver's seat, if you will, along the hump where a person would bleed if they were shot from the side, okay, down onto the floor and into the back. And that blood is Ricky Atwood's blood, okay? There's no doubt about it. DNA evidence is going to demonstrate that for you. More importantly, remember going back to Nolan Gant. Nolan Gant is the gentleman that met Roy Snell in Kent County Jail in 1985. He doesn't know anybody in Owego County. And he's going to testify for you that Roy Snell told him, yeah, shot the guy while I was in the passenger seat. He was a white guy. He was in the driver's seat. Shot him twice. Guy buckled over, said, MF'er, you shot me. Sat back up. Roy Snell said he shot him again because he couldn't believe he was still alive. And then finally emptied his gun, all 6 rounds into him, 5 or 6 rounds. That is what killed Ricky Atwood. Then he tells Nolan Gant, yeah, I got the body out of the car and put it in the trunk, took it, buried it, where he'll never be found on private property, okay? Let's talk a little bit about what was found in the trunk, because this is evidence that supports Nolan Gant's testimony to you about what Roy Snell told him in the Kent County Jail. In the trunk is also Ricky's blood and liver tissue, okay? You're going to hear from Dr. Cole, who's a forensic pathologist, medical examiner. He's going to tell you that if you're leaking blood that has liver tissue in it, you are seriously injured and probably in danger of dying, okay? So Ricky's blood and liver tissue, now remember, liver tissue can be the liver tissue is, it looks similar, but his blood is definitely DNA tested. It's Ricky's blood, and liver tissue is in the trunk as well. And this Trans Am isn't the kind of vehicle, if you're wondering, well, maybe it's, deer liver tissue. This isn't the kind of trunk, you'll see it in photographs, that you're going to stuff a deer carcass into, okay? What's also found in the back of the trunk, and remember what Nolan Gant's going to testify for you, that Roy Snell told him, yeah, after I shot the guy, I put him in the trunk, I took him out and I buried him. Well, Dick Miller finds in the trunk a broken shovel handle, okay? Exactly the kind of implement that you would use to bury somebody. Again, circumstantial evidence that he buried Ricky in a broken shovel handle supports that. Talk a little bit about the evidence that Ricky's dead, okay? He's never seen again by any member of his family, and this is a family who kept in contact, by Deb Kane, his fiance, or any of his friends after driving away with Roy Snell on August the 10th, 1983. Keep in mind the blood in the vehicle. You'll see the pictures of it and the amount of it. And the fact there's blood in the trunk and the broken shovel handle in the Trans Am. He never has any contact with his family again. And finally, through some very good work, Detective Scott Rios, retired from Michigan State Police Department, an exhaustive search was made electronically for Ricky Atwood. And it's interesting to note, Ricky had a friend of the court case down in Kent County that he paid dutifully on, okay? He didn't miss payments. The last payment he made was shortly before August the 10th. No other payment has ever been made to a friend of the court down in Kent County after that, 1983. All the credit reporting agencies were searched. The Michigan Secretary of State was searched, in the United States Department of State, things like passports and things like that. There's no record of Ricky Atwood's existence after August 10th, 1983. Finally, let's talk a little bit about the evidence of felony murder, okay? Well, first and foremost, he's the last person ever seen with Ricky, okay? That will be clear. His statements of robbing Ricky to two unrelated witnesses. J.D. Martin doesn't know Nolan Gant, and both are going to testify that Roy Snell admitted to them about killing Ricky, okay? And they don't know each other. They're not part of a gang. They're not aligned with each other, okay? Independent witnesses, he's told two of them that we're going to present as witnesses that are going to testify about what he admitted to. Roy Snell had a pistol when he shot Ricky while he sat in the driver's seat. You're going to hear the testimony of Nolan Gant about Roy Snell's explanation for how he ended Ricky Atwood's life, okay? And there's no doubt that he intended to cause death or great bodily harm when he used a pistol to shoot him. The DNA evidence from Ricky's Trans Am is compelling. It shows two things, really. Number one, it puts the defendant in the vehicle, okay? And Walter Sanders will provide testimony supporting that. And the reason I say that is because the cigarette butts in the ashtray have Mr. Snell's DNA on them. His statements to J.B. Martin about robbing dope dealers, okay, is also evidence that Roy Snell was the person who ended Ricky Atwood's life. His disguising his handwriting when Dick Miller comes to him and says, yep, need to compare your handwriting with this registration card from the Gateway Motel. And suddenly he's writing like he's in third grade, block letters, and you'll see it. You'll see what he did. As I told you before, the motive here is one of the oldest motives for crime known to man. Simply put, it was greed. And, the reason Ricky Atwood, his body isn't available as evidence in this case is because of where the defendant put it. At the end of the day, the last person seen the defendant was the victim, rather, Ricky Atwood was the defendant, Roy Snell. This trial is going to take some time to put in terms of the witnesses. I think you're going to hear from about 20 or 22 witnesses during the course of the trial. Do one witness at a time, one question at a time. Couple of things to keep in mind. This case is important to everybody. It's important to the judge. It's important to the prosecution. It's important to the defense. It's important to Ricky Atwood's family. Okay. At the end of the proofs, we'll have closing arguments for you. We'll provide you with a final summation of what we think the evidence shows. I'll try to give you an overview here of the testimony that you're going to hear during the course of this trial. I'm going to beg that you pay close attention. I know you will. During the course of the trial, you listen to what those witnesses have to say. And you think about how those witnesses all line up with each other, whether they have any connection. At the end of the case, I'm quite confident we're going to be comfortably asking you to return a guilty verdict on this case. Okay? Now, I'm going to sit down here, and I appreciate the time and attention you've given me. Very good. Okay? Now, counsel for Mr. Snell will have an opportunity. They are not obligated to. If they want to provide an opening statement to you, they can do so. I'm going to ask that you give them the same kind of attention that you've given me during this time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Korndike?
Here. Not going to be quite as verbose as Mr. Ralston, so you guys can get a break here in a minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your time and attention during jury selection, today, and throughout the course of this entire trial. This process, at times, you might find a tad boring. At times, witnesses are going to be on the stand that are telling you a lot of information, and it might be very hard for you to pay attention. But it is vitally important that you remain as attentive as you possibly can. And that's not only important to Mr. Snell and my side of the bar, but also to the prosecutor and to the victim's family. Mr. Snell is charged with felony murder and felony firearm. I'm not going to go through the elements again because Judge Dykeman read them to you and Mr. Rolston also went through them with you. I just want to remind you that it's up to the prosecutor, these fine gentlemen over here, to prove each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. As a reminder, Mr. Snell over here does not have to prove anything to you. If counsel and I wanted to sit at that table and do nothing, that is totally his right. It's up to the prosecutor to prove his guilt. You're going to hear from a lot of witnesses. You're going to see a lot of exhibits, maybe on the computer, maybe maps, previous testimony of people. But every time you get a new piece of evidence, please keep in mind who has the burden of proof and what that burden actually is. The evidence is going to show very early on that Mr. Richard Atwood, we'll call him Ricky because that's what he liked to be called, has never been found. We don't have a body. This isn't CSI where we're going to come in and have tidy pictures and autopsy photos for you because we don't have them. Nor can the prosecutor show you a specific type of firearm because the weapon also hasn't been found. Some of the witnesses for the prosecution may have some credibility issues. And I want you to pay close attention to those issues. Because of the two major facts in this case, there's no body, there's no murder weapon. That is why it is so critical that you pay attention to every single witness that comes before you. We believe that after you read and pay attention and see all of the evidence presented before you, that you will only be able to return one possible verdict, and that's a verdict of not guilty. So again, thank you for paying attention. I know this is probably not an ideal situation for any of you, but I look forward to presenting our case and working with everyone here in the courtroom. And we just ask that you pay attention. If you have any issues, make the judge aware of those issues. And thank you again for being here today.
Thank you, Ms. Cornbeck. Record, now we'll turn to the prosecutor. Mr. Prosecutor, you want to call your first witness?
People will call Deb Kane. Put out there in the hallway. 1 minute.
And should we, do we need to change what's happening on the contract?
Morning, Ms. Kane. Make your way around and then right up here, watch your step as you walk up. Okay. You're welcome. I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear, oath, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. May have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. You can move that chair closer or farther away, whatever's comfortable for you. Then go ahead, Mr. Stein.
If you could scoot up a little bit, that would help, okay?
Just so the microphone picks you up better.
Okay,
Could you please state your name?
Deborah Kane,
And Ms. Kane, could you spell your first and last name for the court recorder?
Debracain,
And where do you currently live?
Cedar Springs,
How long have you lived there?
26 years.
Is there a period of time when you lived in the White Cloud area? Okay, and when did you move into the White Cloud area?
1970,
Okay, and who did you live with?
my parents, and my sisters.
How many sisters do you have?
I have 3.
This can be kind of tough because it's behind you. I'm going to show you people's proposed. I have 2 maps, and I'm just going to show you the first one. Exhibit number 6. Does that look like a map of White Cloud?
Yeah.
37, high school over here. Recognize that? Okay. I'm going to show you people's proposed exhibit number 5. Just round out maybe.
What was the first one, Mr. Stein?
6, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You recognize, this is Diamond Lake. This is White Cloud,
Oh,
Owego County, White Cloud area. Recognize that? Okay. You're going to move the admission of people's 5 and 6.
Ms. Gordon,
No objection, Your Honor.
court would admit plaintiffs or people's proposed exhibits 5 and 6.
And so you moved here at a young age with your sisters.
no brothers.
Brothers, sisters. And where did you live in the area? Did you live
Down Lake
by Diamond Lake?
on Monday.
Again, it was difficult, but I'd like the jury to see. This White Cloud right here,
Yes,
you lived up on Diamond Lake.
yes,
Did you know a person by the name of Richard Atwood?
I did.
What did you call Mr. Atwood?
But did probably
Rick? Ricky? Called him Rick. Okay. When did you first meet Rick?
in 1976,
So about how old were you then?
13, 14.
And did you meet him at school?
Yes, I did.
How much, was the age difference between you
4
and Rick?
years.
And Rick was 4 years younger or 4 years older? Okay. Do you recall the first time that you met him? Okay, and why don't you explain that a little bit?
I was at my locker and he just walked up and introduced himself as Annette's sister, Annette's brother.
Okay. How
And
did
that
you,
was my friend in school.
and at some point, as you got older, did that relationship grow more to more than just a friend? Okay. Did you start dating him?
Yes,
Okay. Did you eventually move in with him?
I did.
And where was that?
Where did we go?
Yes.
Croton.
Okay. And could you describe what kind of structure it was?
It was a trailer,
Okay. And did you rent or own that trailer?
rent.
And do you recall the address? Okay. You recall it being on Croton Hardy Drive?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, for jurors who may not be completely, this Diamond Lake, that's where you were living, eventually moved down to Croton Hardy?
Yes.
Okay. It was right on Croton Hardy.
Address is right there.
Right. It's been a long time.
It has.
Do you remember the approximate year that you moved in to that trailer?
82,
Okay, and how old were you?
19.
And,
No, 20. 20.
all right, either late 19 or 20, okay. And again, it's a trailer. Is it in a trailer park? Is it out on its own?
There were about 6 trailers when we lined up for one row.
Who was living in that home along with you and Rick?
No,
And again, did I ask you this, did you rent it or did you own
rent.
it? During that period of time, did you work?
I did.
Okay, and where did you work?
The Gillespie's grocery store.
And you had graduated from high school?
I'm going,
And did you have any pets?
we did.
Who were they?
It was just a small beagle.
And did your household there have any vehicles?
Yes,
Okay, and what were the vehicles?
a truck and a Trans Am.
Get to that Trans Am in a second. What was the truck used for?
Just fishing and getting wood or just whatever. It's just a transportation.
Okay, and I said we'll get to the Trans Am in a second, but who owned those vehicles? Did you own them or
No, Rick did.
Rick did? Okay. I want to draw your attention to Wednesday, August 10th, 1983. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Where you were living with Rick?
Yes,
The night before, did you sleep in the same trailer bed with Rick?
yes,
Okay. Was there a discussion between you and Rick about what you were going to do the following day?
yes.
And what were those things?
My sister was going to pick me up in the morning and we were going to go shopping in Big Rapids.
Did Rick have a plan?
Yeah.
And what was that plan?
He was going to maybe cut some wood and go to Grand Rapids to pay somebody some money.
Okay. And when you woke up on August 10th, was Rick there?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall who woke up first?
Me.
And about what time was the plan for you to get picked up?
I don't remember exactly. I think it was like right around 8, 9, something.
In the morning.
Mhm.
Okay, and who was supposed to pick you up?
My sister too.
Tammy?
Mhm.
And did Tammy come and pick you up?
Oh, yeah.
On time, 8, 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
And did you leave with her?
I did.
And when you left, who was at the trailer?
Rick. And the dog.
I guess what people were at the trailer? And was at the time Rick awake? Did you speak with him then?
I did.
And what was your plan to do that day?
Go shopping,
Okay, where?
Big Rapids.
And did you have some place that you stopped ahead of that?
Yes,
Okay, where was that?
my parents' house, the dynamic.
So that's up in Diamond Lake again. So your sister drove you and her up to Diamond Lake.
Yes.
Okay, what were you doing in Diamond at your house?
Tam was showering and changing clothes.
Okay. And I assume you were dressed for the day. did you go to Big Rapids from there?
Not directly.
Okay. Where'd you go first?
We made a drive-through White Cloud,
Okay. Why did you do that?
just to make a pass through. Back then, we used to drive around a lot, just back and forth kind of stuff.
Okay.
There wasn't video meetings and all that good stuff to keep us busy, so.
Fair to say at that age, you wanted to see what was going on, maybe if other people were doing things. Okay, it was the summer, correct? Okay, so people might be out and about walking around White Cloud. Fair to say there was a little bit more going on in White Cloud back then than there is today,
Yeah, I would think so, you know.
certainly for a 19 or 20-year-old girl. Okay. And when you drove through town, again, you're saying you're just seeing what's going on.
Yeah,
Did you see Rick?
we did. Yeah.
Okay. And where did you see him?
We see them at the gas station. We were going south on M37, so it would have been the last gas station on the left. I don't remember what it was called.
Well, I've marked here, there's some gas stations here. This is obviously a photo recently, but this is 37. This is the cross street. I know it wasn't a stop there, right? Was it at this gas station? These gas stations right here. I know some people are difficult.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember time.
This is going south,
Okay,
okay?
all right.
And there are gas stations there
Oh,
currently
yeah.
this year.
Yeah, went on the left.
Okay, the one on the left.
Right.
Okay. And had you been to that gas station before?
Oh,
Okay. And so you're in the car, is that correct? Where, are you driving or is Tammy driving?
Tammy's driving.
Okay. And you see Rick,
He's
okay, where do you see him?
pumping gas.
And did you see anybody around him?
No,
Did you see anybody in the car?
I couldn't see him.
Did you stop to speak with him?
No.
Okay. What did you do? Did you honk? Did you wave?
We peeked and waved.
Okay, and did he respond? Okay.
He looked at us. I
Okay.
remember that.
All right. And you're still driving down 37.
Mhm.
Did you slow down a little bit or did you?
I don't remember.
Okay. And after he did that, or I'm sorry, you believe he acknowledged you.
Oh, yeah, he seen us.
About what time was that?
It was somewhere probably in the range of maybe 10 to 11-ish, somewhere
In the morning?
in the morning.
And after you saw him, did you continue to drive south of town on 37?
I don't recall if we turned by the mill
Okay.
pond and we wrapped around, or I don't remember.
Okay. Did you then go to Big
We
Rapids?
did.
Did you accomplish or shop or do anything?
Yes,
And at some point, did you return back to your place, the trailer on
Yes.
Croton Harbor?
yes. Mhm.
About what time was that?
That was in the afternoon. I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
I'd have to say somewhere maybe 3 to 5-ish. I don't know. It was
All right.
afternoon.
Fair to say that this was a summer day. You weren't working.
No, I had like 4 days off, so I was kind of excited about that.
Basically had the entire day to just accomplish going to Big Rapids and
Yeah,
shop.
hang out with my sister and shop.
And when you returned home, was anybody there?
Mm,
Did you make any initial observations on whether there'd been any activity there?
I did.
And what were those observations?
The kitchen, on the kitchen table, was an ashtray, and there were a lot of cigarette butts in the ashtray, pop cans.
And,
Like somebody had been there. I kept the house pretty clean. so-
okay, so it was different than when you had left.
Exactly, yeah.
Was Rick there?
I know he was not.
Was anybody else there?
Mhm.
Was the truck there?
Yes.
Was the Trans Am there?
Mhm.
Did you make the conclusion that Rick had taken the Trans Am somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. When you first got home and saw the pop cans and the cigarettes or whatnot, did that make you concerned?
No,
Why not?
because that was just something that people would stop by in the morning.
So not an uncommon occurrence for
No,
people to
not at
visit?
all.
Okay, wait.
I'm sorry.
One at a time. You gotta wait for the question to finish and then answer.
Oh,
this.
okay, I'm
Trying to
sorry.
write this.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Not an uncommon occurrence.
No.
Okay. Did you, after you got home, did you stay home until you went to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody else in that time period visit you?
No.
Did Rick come home that night?
No.
When did you start to become concerned?
That night.
And in response to that concern, did you do anything that night?
No.
Did you fall asleep that night?
Yes.
When you woke up, had he returned?
No.
Did you become more concerned?
Yes.
In response to that concern, did you do anything to try to locate him?
I made some phone calls to people to see if they had seen.
And had anybody seen him?
No, they did not.
Did that make you even more concerned?
Of course, yes.
At some point, did you inform Rick's parents that you couldn't, Rick hadn't been back?
Yes, I told his mom.
Okay, and about how many, what day was that?
That was Friday morning.
So 2 days later. About. Did you leave him did you leave the house ever when he was missing?
Yes.
Did you leave him any note about making contact?
Oh, yes. Every time I left the house, I left a note.
Never got any response to that. Was Rick aware of your home phone number?
Yes.
Okay, during that time period, the first couple days, did he ever call?
No.
Okay. At the time that he went missing, about how long had you two been living together?
A little over a year.
Was there ever a time that he didn't come home?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
2.
Okay. Why don't you explain to me the first time?
The first time was when we went to a party. I did not go. I stayed home. He did not come home that night. He came home in the morning. He said he drank too much. He passed out by a tree.
Okay. And what was the second time?
The second time was prearranged. He was going to be spending some time in Grand Rapids, working on his car. And he said he would come.
The second time you knew the plan.
I did.
The first time he came back the morning and told you what happened. We talked a little bit about the Trans Am. Okay. I'm going to show you people's proposed 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to ask you to look at these photos. So take a second to look at them. Does that look like Rick's Trans Am?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, move to the admission of people's 1, 2, and 3.
Ms. Corday?
No objection, Your Honor.
Also ask if I could publish them to the jury, please.
Court would admit people's exhibits 1, 2, and 3 and allow prosecutor to publish to the jury.
Thank you. Got them up on the screen. Same one. One just looks brighter. This was Rick's Trans Am. Did you remember it?
Yes.
Okay. Flip through those quickly. We're going to talk a little bit about this Trans Am. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when Rick got this Trans Am?
Not exactly.
Was it before you lived together?
No, it was after.
Okay. Fair to say that you don't remember the date, but that this car was very important to Rick.
Yeah.
Okay. How was it important to him?
He was pretty proud of it. He put a lot of work into it.
Okay. Now, what do you mean by that?
He put special parts on it,
Okay.
customized it, I guess you would say.
And did he keep that car clean?
He did. Yes.
And would he allow people to smoke in it?
I don't remember.
Okay. How many times I assume you were in the car many times?
Yes, yes,
And how would he keep the inside of the car?
clean.
Did you know Rick to smoke cigarettes?
No, he did not smoke cigarettes.
When you got an opportunity to view this car after the police had seized it, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you go view it?
I did.
Okay, where was that?
It was at the state police post in Wake.
Were you surprised at its condition?
Yeah, yes, it was.
Why?
It was a mess.
Was that not how you had seen it?
Oh, heavens no.
Now, this is a picture of it, you know, sort of out in the wild, I call it, okay? This is when it was seized. We'll have other pictures, but,
Yeah, it looks pretty dirty there.
okay, do those pictures surprise you, the
Yeah,
condition?
yeah, they do. Yeah, the first one looks like what I remember.
But those second two, that was surprising.
Trash.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
one at a time.
That was surprising to you.
Yes.
Oh. Now, you were aware that Rick would sell marijuana.
Yes,
Okay, were you present for some of these sales?
some of them, yes.
And at the time that you were living in the trailer, did Rick have any other source of income?
At that time,
Yes.
no.
Okay. And how would Rick keep his money?
He would just fold it like in half.
Okay.
And put it in his pocket.
Okay. Did that concern you that he had cash on him like that?
It did.
Did it make you nervous, the marijuana dealing?
Yes, I was never comfortable with that. No.
And his parents, did you have a relationship with them?
Not too much, no.
And did they ever come to visit?
No,
Did the siblings, his siblings ever come to visit?
yes,
Do you know Roy Snell?
no,
You were interviewed at one point and asked about the Wright brothers and some stakes.
yes.
Can you explain that?
The day that I came home after shopping, not only did I notice that, people had gone there were cigarette butts in the ashtray and such. There were steaks in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Which I remember Rick saying that the Wright brothers were going to be paying him with some steaks, instead of money.
Okay, and did you see those stakes when you got home? Were they there before? There was some talk, some testimony earlier about Rick's plan that day.
Yes,
And you indicated that his plan was to go to Grand Rapids, is that correct?
that is correct.
And who was he going to go see?
I believe it was Dan.
And who is Dan?
Dan was a guy that he dealt with, would purchase or get marijuana from sometimes.
Was the plan to go to Grand Rapids to purchase some marijuana?
No, to pay him.
To pay him?
Yes.
Do you have any, do you know approximately, to your memory, how much cash Rick had on him that day?
It was quite a bit. I'd have to say I don't know exactly. You would tell me that. I would have to say it would be somewhere between $1,000 and $3,000.
$2,000 or $3,000?
Between $1,000 to
Okay.
$3,000.
In most people's world, even today, you consider that quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
And again, did that make you nervous that he would have that amount of money on his
Yes.
person?
Yes, that one. Yes.
When he had the money at home, did he have a place that he kept it?
Yes.
Where was that?
Insane.
Did you know Rick to own any guns at the time he disappeared?
Yes, he had guns.
And what were those guns?
He had rifles or shotguns. He hunted a lot. He's a sportsman. And he also had a pistol.
And The pistol, would he take the pistol with him?
No, he did not.
Where was the pistol kept then?
It was kept in the bedroom.
In the safe, under the bed?
Under-
Under the bed. I'm going to show you people's proposed four. Ask you to look at this picture. Do you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, move to the admission of four.
No objection.
Court would admit people's four.
May I publish it to the jury, Your Honor? Thank you. That look about what Rick looked like about the time of his disappearance?
Yes.
I know it's 1983, it's not a very high quality picture, but. After you saw him at the gas station, okay,
Yes.
did you ever see Rick Atwood again?
No.
Did he ever send you a letter?
No.
I know we didn't have email in 1983, but since in the 39 years, has he ever contacted you electronically by text, email, anything like that?
No.
Has he ever called you on the phone?
No.
Have you ever seen Rick Atwood again?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ms. Hornick?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Kane. My name is Stephanie Korndike and I represent Roy Snell, along with my co-counsel Valerie Smolders. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If for some reason you can't hear me, just speak up, okay? I have a little trouble hearing, so we can both speak loud, clear, it will go better.
All right.
So the morning of August 10th, you didn't have to work, is that correct?
That is correct.
Was it common for you and Rick to wake up so early when you didn't have to work?
No,
Okay. Did you wake up early because you had special plans that
I
day?
did.
When you woke up and started to get ready, was Rick still in bed?
He was.
When you left the house that morning, when Tam, I think her name was, picked you up, was Rick still in bed?
He was when I left the house.
Okay. And you testified that you believed she picked you up around 8 or 9.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
How long would it take you to get from your trailer in Croton to your parents' house in Diamond Lake?
I think about 30 minutes.
And approximately how long do you think that you were at the house in Diamond Lake?
I don't recall, but enough time for Tam to take a shower, change, and kind of hang out a little bit.
Okay.
We had all day together, so we were kind of excited.
And so when you left Diamond Lake, was the plan to go back through White Cloud, or did you just decide that on the way?
I think it was on the way. I don't remember exactly.
The night before August 10th, you had a conversation with Rick about what you guys were going to do the next day.
We did.
And you mentioned that he said he was going to cut wood.
Yes.
Do you know where he was going to go to cut wood?
Yes, over by the Wright brothers and back where they lived.
And why was he going to cut wood there?
I don't exactly remember, but we did have, he was buying property there. So I don't know, he was cutting wood, but I don't know if he was going to sell it or just clear it. I don't remember that.
And he mentioned he had to go to Grand Rapids.
He did, yeah,
And was it common for him to go to Grand Rapids?
yes.
How often if you know, do you think that he would go to Grand Rapids?
Maybe around 3 times a week. That's it. Just a question.
Do you recall if Rick mentioned if he had the full amount that he had owed this guy or didn't?
I don't recall. I'm assuming he always did.
Okay. And did you see the money?
No, I guess not. I mean, he didn't say this is the money I'm gonna go
Okay.
pay somebody, nothing like that.
Did you ever see him with money?
Well, when we would go to the store or whatever, and he would pull money out of his pocket to pay. Or if he was home, usually he didn't really count his money around me or anything like that.
Okay. When he would go to the store and pay for things, would he kind of keep his money private so other people couldn't see, or did he do something else?
Unfortunately, no.
Did that worry you?
Yeah.
So going back to the morning of August 10th, and you're driving through White Cloud again and you see Rick. Did he appear to be in any sort of distress?
No,
And I know you can't give me a specific time, but would you say that was before lunch?
yes.
What time do you think that you arrived in Big Rapids?
I would say it would probably be a little afternoon or noonish, somewhere in that noon to 12:30 range, maybe. No, maybe not 1, I don't know, somewhere in there.
Did you and Tam have lunch that day?
I don't remember. I'm thinking yes, but.
You just don't remember where? Okay. I understand it's a long time ago. Approximately how long do you think that you were shopping?
We're pretty good shoppers.
Good as in you go a lot of places, or good as in efficient?
Probably both. I would say a few hours.
Okay. And were you looking for anything specific that day?
Yes, I was actually.
What were you looking for?
I was looking for some shades for the kitchen.
Okay.
So windows face the road. And a pillow for the couch. And of course we had to close.
Okay. Do you know how long it took you approximately to get from Big Rapids back to the trailer in Croton?
I don't remember coming back that, to the drive back, but I'm thinking it would be about 30 minutes.
And again, you said between 3 to 5, you think you came home? I'm gonna ask you to dig really deep now. Do you think it was closer to 3 o'clock, or do you think it was closer to 5 o'clock?
I'm thinking it would probably be closer to 5.
Okay. When you returned to the house from shopping, what was the first thing that you noticed?
The kitchen table, the ashtray, just the dirtiness, that people had been here.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge of when the people might have been at your home that day?
The Wright brothers would stop over in the morning. a couple times a week. So I just figured it was them. I mean, you want time, I would like tarnish or something like that.
Okay. And that was pretty common for them?
Yeah, yes, it was.
Was it common for Rick and the Wright brothers to drink alcohol that early in the morning?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Did the Wright brothers smoke, if you recall?
I believe they did, yes.
And do you know why there was those steaks in the fridge?
They had given Rick the steaks in place of money. I'm assuming it was for marijuana.
Okay. When you returned home and saw that Rick wasn't there, did you look to see if the pistol was still under the bed?
Don't remember.
When do you think that you noticed if it was still under the bed?
Oh, really? I don't remember. I knew it was still there.
Okay.
I don't remember when I looked. It was always there, so I didn't.
After his disappearance in the evening and the couple mornings that followed, was there a lot of phone calls made to your residence?
Yes,
Did you answer any of those phone calls?
I did.
And none of those phone calls were Rick.
No,
Were any of the phone calls from the gentleman that Rick owed money in Grand Rapids?
no.
Did the police ever come to your home and look for evidence?
No.
Do you ever recall a conversation with Rick that he was fearful of someone?
Yes,
Did he tell you who he was fearful of?
yes.
And who was that person?
It was Snell.
It was Roy Snell.
Yes,
Did he ever tell you he was afraid of anyone else?
he said that another guy in town one time when he woke up from a tree that day that midnight he passed out. And woke up, Dave Gabriel was standing over him, and that made me nervous.
And I have a few more questions I'm going to confer with co-counsel. Did you ever tell the police that Rick mentioned he was afraid of Mr. Snell?
I did. Detective Miller had asked me if I knew who he was or ever heard the name. And that's when I remembered Rick tell me that he had been to the trailer.
Your Honor, I do have some additional questions, but I'm going to need a brief time to speak with Ms. Smulders.
Is it possible we could take a 5-minute recess? Yeah, do that. Court will stand in recess for 5 minutes. I'm going to take the jury back to the jury room.
Your Honor, if I may, before the juries are excused, can I have a sidebar?
Sure. Counsel is present. Mr. Snell is now present. Counsel, anything before I bring in the jury?
Your Honor, I just wanted to inquire as to whether the court wanted to do that motion now. We have to do some abbreviated version of it for Karen Atwood for today anyway. Might as well knock it out. If you're so inclined.
Ms. Horndyke?
I believe now would be the most appropriate time, since we have to take up the matter of Karen Atwood before the end of the day anyway. I think addressing both Karen Atwood and Dick Miller at the same time would just be the most efficient use of our time today. And for the record, Your Honor, we would stipulate to the reading of the testimony by for Karen Atwood. We understand she's very obviously not available.
All right. I'm fine with moving on to the motion. I do have one question before we proceed. Procedurally, this is the question that the juror gave me. I just destroy it. There's nothing, I don't keep this for any reason. And the next time a juror asks a question, should I be identifying them by number for the record?
I don't think the court is
Okay.
required to.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, we are. Is it getting done?
Yeah.
All right, we can. Do you want that portion of it on YouTube? We might as well. You can go ahead and go on YouTube. Good, Judge. Thank you. We are back on the record. We have discussed hearing a motion prior to the jury coming in, so we are not in the jury's presence. To the prosecutor's table, we have a motion to declare a witness unavailable and enter a prelim transcript. As I understand it, it actually applies to 2 witnesses. It's my understanding there may be a stipulation as to the one witness, but we're now going to make arguments in regard to the other. Mr. Gunderson, it looks like you're going to argue.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
You may go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor is in receipt of our motion and our brief on this issue. Detective Miller is sadly unavailable from our perspective, and that's for several reasons. That's his health physically and his health mentally. The court has read the assertions of fact that we made in our motion regarding my last 4 scheduled meetings with Detective Miller. If the court wants to hear testimony on those points, I did identify that Detective Scott Rios, who's present in the courtroom today, can provide testimony. Detective Rios has known Detective Miller for a long period of time and can testify to his condition and how it has changed over time. One thing I did not note in the motion is Detective Miller's age, which is 74. And that's important. There's a recent unpublished case that wasn't cited that had to do with a medical examiner who couldn't be called because of hip surgery, and he was 70. However, I understand that that's not precedent. It's unpublished. I think the published cases, though, are sufficient. We have the rules of evidence explicitly allow this kind of testimony in this situation. Here, not only is he unavailable from our perspective, we also fear that his testimony, if required to attend in person and testify, could jeopardize the trial altogether. As the court saw in one of our assertions, Detective Rios was speaking with him and he started becoming unintelligible and collapsed. If that were to happen in court, say after I've elicited some important testimony for the prosecution's case, then the court would be left with what to do about this witness who the jury has already heard from who can't be crossed. I don't think that a corrective instruction is sufficient to fix that in this case, because then we would be left with reading the transcript anyway, and then the jury would hear his testimony positively from our perspective twice. So that is perhaps incurable. So from our perspective, Your Honor, we believe that from what the court has read, the case law is very specific as to when it's allowable and the inquiry the court needs to make. We think that meets all the points here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunderson. Ms. Corday?
Yes, Your Honor. I am sympathetic to Detective Miller's situation. I understand that his medical diagnoses are quite severe. The problem I'm having, Your Honor, is although Detective Rios can testify that he's known Detective Miller for several years, that's not a medical expert testifying that he does in fact have these medical conditions. If a letter were to be offered, that would be, I think, a little bit more believable. Not that I don't believe Detective Rios, but I think it would lend even more credence to the assertion that he has, I believe it was Parkinson's and dementia. I don't think that Detective Rios is qualified as a medical expert to make those assertions that he does have those conditions. I understand that Mr. Miller, Detective Miller, coming in here and testifying today could potentially harm, the case for the prosecution if he can't speak to what he said at the preliminary exam. But it greatly also hinders the defense in this case. The questions asked at a preliminary examination are not necessarily questions that would be asked at a trial. Most of my case is directed towards Detective Miller and specific questions for Detective Miller that maybe Detective Rios can answer, and I would ask him those questions, but it's most likely that he cannot. And so I understand that there is case law supporting that the testimony would be read from the transcript, and that might be your decision today, but I need to place this information on the record to preserve any appeal purposes.
Thank you. Mr. Gunderson, any response?
No, Your Honor. If the court does require more documentation of those conditions before we plan to read that testimony, I believe we can secure that. If not, we could possibly secure the testimony of Detective Miller's wife.
I think I would like to hear some testimony from Detective Rios. Can I put him on, we put him on the stand, Detective Rios, can you come up here for me? Thank you.
Your Honor, would you like to conduct the question?
I can do that if you want me to.
Either way.
Okay. Detective Rios, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or oath or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Can you state your name for the record?
Scott Rios, it's SCOTT RIOS.
And Detective Rios, where are you employed or where were you employed?
I am currently retired. I was employed at the Michigan State Police for 29 years and for the Sheriff's Department for 4 years.
And do you know Detective Richard or Dick Miller?
I do.
All right, and how long have you known him?
I've known him since 1997, I believe it is.
All right.
how often do you, well, let's see, in 1997, were you working in the same place together?
We were working at the New Haven Punisher, our state police post.
And how long did you work at the same post with Detective Miller, if you know?
Until he retired.
And do you know when he retired? About?
It's about 10 years ago.
Okay. And since his retirement, have you noticed any changes in Detective Miller?
Yes, I have.
All right. And are you familiar with any diagnoses that he has?
I am, I've had conversations with his wife Cheryl, and she's shared his diagnosis with me. He's also shared those diagnoses with me personally.
Okay. And what, if anything, is he diagnosed with, if you know?
Both Dick Miller and Cheryl told me that he has Parkinson's and beginning stages of dementia. He is, speaking to Cheryl, has hallucinations, has difficulty processing, freeze. The last time I spoke with him, we're talking, and within under a minute, his head dropped, he started drooling, and I had to physically get up and catch him to sit him down. His wife Cheryl was home at the time and got him to bed. And I spoke to him later on that day, and he did not recall what had occurred. I do know from conversations with Detective Miller that day, he was pulled over earlier in the day. He was leaving in the city of Newaygo. The officer stopped, checked on him, let him go, and then subsequently on his way home, he turned in front of another vehicle and was involved in a crash. He also currently has a couple of broken ribs that I'm aware of.
And how long has he was the detective assigned to this case?
He was the original detective in 1983, and he worked on it until the grand jury, which I believe was in 93, and then in 2004, I became a detective in 2001. In 2004, I officially started working on it myself, and though I would consult with Detective Miller, and he didn't work on it much from that point.
When you met with him the last time, did you discuss the fact that he had, that this trial was coming?
Yes,
Okay. And did you discuss, were you talking about him testifying or?
we've been meeting on a regular basis, talking about him testifying, and in conversations with him, he would struggle and freeze, and he was aware of it, and he would make his best efforts.
Okay. And about how long ago would you say he knew that the trial was coming and that you were having those discussions about him testifying?
For the last 5 weeks.
All right. And at any point during that, did he tell you he did not want to come or he wasn't going to testify?
No,
And this last incident happened how long ago?
it was a Thursday prior to
October 20,
trial starting. Yes,
October 27th.
sounds
All right.
correct.
Mr. Gunderson, anything you wish to ask Detective Reeves?
Yes, please, Your Honor. In speaking with Cheryl Miller, was this blackout episode that you witnessed unusual?
No, it had been occurring. She says it has occurred in the past. His blood pressure has been dropping down to 80 over, I believe it was 40. It's becoming more frequent.
And in fact, Mrs. Miller did not call 911 at this last blackout, right?
She did not.
That's all I have.
Ms. Hornbeck, any questions for Detective Reeves?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective. Please step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Gunderson, any additional argument?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Hornbeck, any additional argument? Any additional argument, Ms. Hornbeck?
No, Your Honor.
So the court is very familiar with this case, obviously heard the testimony from Detective Miller at the prelim exam, which obviously was some time ago. Upon receiving this motion, the court took some significant time yesterday to review the transcript, my notes, and also the case law pertaining to this very type of motion. It is clear to the court that Mr. Miller is unavailable due to his physical, mental illness or infirmity. When I read the motion, the exact thing occurred to me that I was wondering how old he was. I didn't see it in there. At the age of 74, suffering from Parkinson's and dementia, clearly is something that would impact his memory. We heard testimony from Detective Rios today that it in fact has not only led him to have memory issues, but also blackouts and has affected his ability to drive. As pointed out in the motion, clearly there is no cure for Parkinson's or dementia. There's no treatment that would allow him to become well and make him, in essence, available to testify. It's clear to me that he does meet the definition of unavailability. The former testimony was preserved at the time of prelim. Although the defendant was represented by a different attorney, he was in fact represented. In reviewing the transcript, it's actually almost equally split as far as time goes. Over direct examination, I think was, I forget the exact, but half the time was spent in direct and half the time was spent in cross, clearly indicating to this court that significant time was spent by Mr. Pontiac, the defense attorney at that time, in cross-examining Mr. Miller. The court is of the belief that although a different defense attorney represents Mr. Snell now, that would not matter or require me not to grant the motion, in that he had appropriate defense attorney at the time, and that defense attorney, in this court's opinion, adequately and substantially cross-examined Detective Miller at that time. There was clearly an opportunity to cross-examine as required by statute and case law and develop testimony. This is not optimal, obviously, for either position. In this court's opinion, there probably is a lot more testimony that both sides would wish to gain from Detective Miller if he were present here in person. I have no doubt that more time would be spent on him than was at the prelim, which is pretty typical. However, the court feels that at this point in time, the statute and case law would allow this type of testimony to be read into the record. The court is going to allow the preliminary transcript to be entered into the record. The court would note the objection by the defense counsel. Anything else for the record?
Two things, Your Honor. I don't know if we were on the record yet. I think we have a stipulation as regards to Karen Atwood's testimony as well.
That's true, correct, Ms. Corrigan?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And one other issue, Your Honor, there is a sequestration order in effect, and we didn't make a note of this before. The officer in charge, Detective Scott Rios, retired, is at the table. We do intend to call him as a witness. I know the court realizes that that's typical. So I just wanted to be on the record.
For the benefit of the record, before we went on, I think we might have been on the record, but not on Zoom, there is a stipulation as to allow the transcript, the prelim transcript testimony of Karen Atwood to be read into the record. Defense counsel agreed to that. Ms. Atwood has since passed away since the prelim examination. Again, defense counsel has stipulated to that as she was sworn in for prelim. So the court would allow both of those transcripts to be read, and there is a sequestration order in place, typical, very typical, that the investigating officer would remain in the courtroom and that sequestration order would not apply to him. Mr. Gunderson, anything else for the record?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Korndike, anything else? All right.
So you testified just before we took a break that you had told the police that Roy Snell made Ricky nervous. Correct. Okay. And that you had actually told the police this fact. Yes. Okay. If you saw a report of that statement, would that refresh your recollection to what you might actually have said to the police?
Yes.
Join us.
No, thank you.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm gonna hand you a report that was, get to the first page here so I can properly identify it for the record. That you were interviewed on 3/18 of 2016 by Trooper Watson.
Yes, I remember that.
You remember being interviewed by
I
him?
do.
Okay. I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna ask you to just read it to yourself, and then I'm gonna ask you some questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Just that page, okay?
Okay.
Take that back from you. Anywhere on that document that you just read, does it say that Ricky told you that he was afraid of Roy Snell?
That he's afraid of.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell the police that the Wright brothers were at your home closer to 2 p.m.?
I don't recall that.
You also mentioned that Rick would cut wood. Did he ever get injured when he was doing that kind of activity?
Not that I remember. No.
Was Rick an avid hunter?
No.
Okay. Did he ever put any of the animals that he might have scored while he was hunting in his Trans Am?
No.
There's been a lot of questions about if he allowed cigarette smoking in his car, but do you know if he allowed people to smoke weed in his car?
I believe so.
You made reference to a Dan in Grand Rapids.
Yes.
Did he deal with any others in Grand Rapids that you're aware of?
Don't remember.
Okay. At any time after the disappearance of Rick, did Dan ever contact you wondering where the money was?
Dan did not contact me. No.
Okay. Do you know how much Rick would typically have to pay back Dan?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Safe to say you weren't involved very
No,
much with
I
that
was
part.
not.
Okay. I believe when talking about Rick being afraid, that there was some mention that he wanted to move back into it with his parents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know why he wanted to do that?
Not really, he was just becoming, I think, more nervous about what he was doing.
And approximately how long before his disappearance did he make that statement to you, if you recall?
I don't recall, I could guess, but
Do you recall the weather that day?
yes,
And what was the weather?
it was rainy. It had been rainy that week.
Okay. I think I might be all set, but let me just check really quick. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
I apologize, Ms. Kane. I know we went over that you were living together. Were you engaged to be married to Rick?
Yes,
Did you, and did he ask you to marry him? How did that go?
yes, he did.
You said yes.
He did.
So you considered him your fiance?
Yes,
You were asked earlier, either by me or by defense counsel, the frequency in which he would go to Grand Rapids.
yes.
And what was that timing again?
Around 3 times a week is the estimate.
There was some discussion of people who he stated that he was in fear of. Recall that.
Nervous.
Okay, nervous? Okay. Was Dan one of those people?
No,
When Rick went missing, was one of the people you called Dan?
yes, I did.
Defense counsel had asked you about making a statement in 2016 about basically saying that you didn't say it to Detective Mercer. Do you recall that question?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, it was a little complicated, wasn't it?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, when I'm up here, yeah.
You indicated that you had told the police, namely Detective Miller, that Roy Snell was somebody that Rick had mentioned being
Yes,
fearful.
yes, I recall that.
And that was to Detective Miller.
Right.
Is that back in 1983 when you were first interviewed,
Yes,
not in 2016?
no,
Okay. When you returned home, we've talked about a lot of mistakes, the cigarettes, the pop cans. Did you notice any missing clothing from Rick?
no,
Were you eventually able to, in your mind, you have a memory of finding that pistol?
yes.
Was there anything else that you found missing that gave you suspicion other than just Rick being gone?
Fishing gear,
Okay. And where would he keep his fishing gear?
in the trailer,
Where would he, yes, normally.
either in the trailer or the vehicle, whatever vehicle.
Which vehicle?
If he was in the Trans Am, he put it in the trunk.
Is that something you would take frequently?
He loved to fish, yes.
Okay. So the fishing gear being gone wasn't a sign of some trip to Montana?
No, no,
Your understanding was Dan was somebody that he had worked with before, had visited Grand Rapids?
yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Ms. Corday?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Did you know if it was in fact Dan that he owed the money to?
Yes,
And when you just testified that you did call Dan,
I did.
okay. At that time, was there ever any inquiry about where his money was?
No,
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
They'll redirect.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I have a question from the juror. All right. If you want to write it down and then pass it down to the bailiff, she'll come get it. You can stay right there, Ms. King, for me. Thank you. That way. We can walk around. Thank you. This is a question from one of the jurors. Had Dan seen Rick when you called him?
no, he did not.
All right. Any other questions from the jurors? May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
And released from her subpoena? Just wondering if she needs to
Yes.
stay sequestered or not. Thank you, Ms. Kane. You may be excused. Watch your step as you step down.
Thank you for the reminder.
It's just about the lunch hour. I assume we cannot do anything quickly in 10 minutes. So the court will stand in recess for lunch. Jurors, I know that you've ordered some lunch. They will make that available to you in the jury room. And if you have any needs during the lunch hour, please reach out to one of the bailiffs. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would call Glenn Moore.
Sir, if you can come right up here to the witness stand, watch your step. Swear you in before you sit down. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear oath or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, you may have a seat. You can move that chair closer to the microphone if you wish. You may go ahead, Mr. Gunderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for the benefit of the jury, good afternoon. Again, Your Honor, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Gunderson. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I'll be questioning this witness. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Glenn M. Moore, GLENN MOORE.
And Mr. Moore, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Have you held a job in the past?
Yes,
What was your last job?
a scientist, laboratory scientist, employed by the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Laboratory here in Michigan.
And how long were you employed in that capacity?
28 years.
And when exactly did you retire?
In October of 2008.
And thank you again for being here. What does a job as a forensic scientist mean? What did you do?
That we apply the science to physical evidence which is submitted to the laboratory for examination. My specific area of expertise dealt with serology, searching for and identifying biological stains, which would be inclusive of blood, semen, saliva, etc. And to also, when called upon, go to the scene of a crime or a vehicle and search for physical evidence that may be left in that vehicle or at that scene location, preserve it, bring it back to the laboratory, and then conduct an analysis on the material collected, publish a report, which would go to the investigator. And primarily that's the summary of my duties as a forensic scientist employed by the Michigan State Police.
Thank you, sir. Did I ever ask you this? How long were you working in that capacity?
28 years.
Okay. And what education, if any, did you pursue before that?
I have a Bachelor of Applied Arts and Science from Central Michigan University.
And was there a major or a concentration as part of
I
that?
majored in biology, minor in chemistry.
And was working as a forensic scientist your first job after school?
Yes, it was.
Oh. When you became employed as a forensic scientist, was there any additional on-the-job training or education that was provided to you?
Yes, that on-the-job training and additional attending of seminars or schooling throughout the course of my employment. So it was a continuing education, exposures to new methods of analysis. And as a matter of fact, the biggest, which I happened to be employed at the time, was the advent of DNA analysis. That changed the biological stain analysis huge from that point on.
Can you estimate the number of hours you spent in training while on the job?
It would be hundreds of hours, 500, maybe even closer to 1,000 hours of additional training throughout the course of my employment.
You mentioned the advent of DNA. When did that happen?
The late 80s. However, we started in the laboratory to preserve biological stains, that being seminal stains, blood stains, putting them into frozen storage. So we were ahead of the game, fortunately. And all of those materials, once in frozen storage or in liquid nitrogen storage, allowed the DNA analysis process to go back and look at these biological stains and compare them to known samples. And now with PCR analysis, it really hones in on the possible origin of those particular stains.
So are you saying that you were collecting samples knowing that this was coming?
No. No, you didn't know what was coming. You know, at the time that we started doing it, it was ABO blood typing, but there were all of these other genetic markers that were in biological stains that had the potential to be compared in the future. So just as a precautionary step, we started placing these biological stains, especially on sexual assault cases and homicide cases, into frozen storage. And it's paid off.
I'd like to take you back to 1983. You were employed as a forensic scientist then?
Yes, I was.
And specifically to October, on or about October 19th of 1983. Did you have a specific assignment on that day?
Yes, I did. A call came into the laboratory requesting the search of a vehicle that was held in the garage at the Nuevo post. And I went to that location and searched the vehicle and collected physical evidence from that vehicle.
Okay, so you said the location, what was that location again?
The Nuevo post, their garage.
Okay, was that in Rockford or no?
Well, it would have been in Rockford,
Okay.
yes.
All right. And did you take any equipment or materials with you?
Yes, I did.
And what would you have taken with?
A good bright light source, so floodlamps, and my crime scene processing kit, which had materials in it. So if I located some soil samples, I could collect them and preserve them for analysis, and or located any blood stains or biological stains that I could spot test the stain and determine whether or not it was indicative that it was potentially a blood sample or a semen stain. And I used those materials to search and collect evidence from that vehicle.
Okay, so you mentioned this vehicle. You arrive at the Rockford post. Can you describe where the vehicle was?
It was in the garage at the Rockford post.
Is this, how would you describe the state of the garage? Is it a dirty place?
No, it wasn't dirty, but it was not huge.
Okay.
So it was preserved from the elements inside the garage, and I processed the vehicle in the garage.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a maroon sports vehicle. I don't know exactly right now without, I think it was a Camaro.
Okay, if I showed you a picture? would
Oh,
that-
yeah, yes, that would.
Your Honor, I am now, if I may approach the witness.
Yes.
I'm approaching the witness with exhibits marked 7 through 46.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could just take a look at these. Just let me know when you're done.
Seen at least the introduction to the photographs, and I'm sure that as we go on, you'll ask more specific questions about the remainder of the vehicle, but it is a Trans Am, maroon in color.
All right. And is that the vehicle you saw on that day?
Yes, it is.
And how do you recognize those pictures?
Well, twofold. The photograph that's been presented to me and reviewing the case throughout the course of the case's progression to circuit court here. I've seen pictures and recognized the vehicle as being the vehicle that I searched on my crime scene processing assignment.
Do you know who took those pictures?
I took
All 7 through 46? If you could just look
anything
at-
pertaining to the vehicle, which
You took all
they
those
do,
pictures?
I took the pictures, correct.
Okay, thank you. You can hold on to those for right now. Do those pictures fairly depict what you saw on that day?
Yes, they do.
And did you take those pictures on October 19th?
Yes,
So when you first saw the car, can you describe the state of the outside of the car?
very dirty. Dusty.
Okay. And you said the car was inside the garage, correct?
That's correct.
Did you make any other initial observations about the outside of the car, other than it was dirty?
There was a visibly missing area on the hood of the vehicle. And it was just in very poor condition in terms of soil.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of peoples 7 through 46.
Ms. Thorndike?
I've had an opportunity to review all those photos. I have no objection.
Court would admit exhibits 7 through 46 and allow you to publish them to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jury.
Is that people 7 as marked is in front of you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And this is the car that you saw?
Yes, it is.
Right. So you mentioned a missing area of the hood. Can you kind of point us to where you're talking about?
In the center of the midline of the hood, and just a few, maybe a foot or so below the windshield. To the front.
You see the kind of circular metal thing?
Yeah, you can actually see the intake for the carburetor through the hole that's in the vehicle.
All right, thank you. This is people's 8. Is this the same car?
Yes, it is.
And what's happening in the back there?
The trunk is open.
Did you open it?
I think it was open already.
Okay. Next picture, this is also another angle of the front of the car, is that right?
Yes, it is. Driver's side.
Is there anything noteworthy about this image?
No, it's just a general photograph to show the condition of the vehicle for
And
future purposes.
is there some writing there next to the wheel?
Trans Am, yes. It's,
And what is this image here? Sorry, some of these questions are going to be very obvious.
this is the rear of the vehicle. The license plate is depicted And again, the Trans Am on the lower edge of the trunk.
Pulled out angle of the same car, correct? Same view.
Yes, it is.
And this is the front of the car.
Yes,
You noted before the condition, the cleanliness of the car. Can you point that out in this
yeah,
picture?
that's clearly evident that all the dust and debris that's on the hood of the vehicle and across the front of the vehicle.
And this is another view. Anything noteworthy in this image?
Just an overall general view of the vehicle, but what it does show in pretty good view is there's, you can see the air cleaner sitting on top of the carburetor, but it's just an open hole in the hood.
This is a picture of the tire, correct?
Right, it is.
And the roof of the car as well.
Yes,
Another angle of the hood, is that right?
yes.
And what is that?
This is standing on the driver's side of the vehicle and taking a picture, looking back at the trunk area.
Can you describe what you're doing in this picture? Or what you depicted in this picture?
I'm showing in the picture the driver's door open and standing kind of on the back quarter of the vehicle and taking the picture forward with the door open. And it really, again, shows the dusty, soiled condition of the interior of the vehicle.
So you examined not just the exterior, but the interior of the vehicle.
That is correct.
And you said that the outside was dirty. Was the inside in the same condition?
Yes, it was.
What does this image depict? This is people's number. I'm sorry, sir, you have the number.
Yeah, 19.
Okay, thank you.
It's again, a general photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle. And it's also showing the very soiled, dirty condition of the interior of the vehicle.
So was that dirt everywhere in the vehicle or just in isolated places?
It's pretty much the same all over the interior of the vehicle.
And this is another angle of the same
Yes,
general.
yes. Marked as exhibit 20.
21 is more of the same, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Here's a view of the dashboard, is that right? This is 22.
Yes, so you can see the edge of the steering wheel, speedometer, the front windshield. It just, again, depicts the interior of the vehicle and the soil condition of the vehicle.
So is that dirt on the dashboard there too?
It appears to me just dusty, dirty.
23, another view of the steering wheel area, is that right?
Yes, it is. So that's number 23. It shows the post picking up the windshield and part of the steering wheel. Again, just very soiled.
Do you know, is that dirt on the outside or the inside of the windshield or both?
I think it's both. But the interior is definitely, it's all dusty and soiled. But I think we can see on the front, looking at the exterior of the windshield, that it is also very soiled too.
Oh, here you're angling the camera in a different way.
Yeah. Now, in exhibit number 24, again, it's the driver's side of the vehicle showing the poor condition of the driver's seat and some of the debris and soil conditions of the door and on the floor of the vehicle.
If I can just check with the jury, are those boards blocking anyone's view?
Or is the board blocking?
I'm just checking, we have some poster boards out.
There's just a small portion of the back of the that back seat area blocked, no longer.
Thank you. Okay, this is again the footwell on the driver's side.
Yes, it is. It's exhibit 25.
Thank you very much, sir. And this is 26, and what are you showing here?
I'm standing on the driver's side of the vehicle with the door open and just taking a photograph showing the shift lever, the dash, and the passenger seat. And I believe that's a bottle right on the floor on the other side.
And is that dirt also on the shift?
Well, for sure on the console. I don't know that the shifter, it almost looks like some transfer from a dirty surface.
For example, a hand. Is that fair?
Yes,
All right, here we're looking, this is up close, is that correct?
yes.
What are you
Then
trying to
this is
show
the
here?
driver's seat, and then the console that would be to the right side of the driver's seat. And for me, that caught my eye as being red-brown stain, which I felt was characteristic of a potential blood stain. I took samples from that area and I also spot tested. It's an indicative test, which was positive, indicating that the material was blood.
I'll return to that 1 second. Near the top of the picture, there's a white area. Is that fair?
The white area,
Yes.
that's the console. It's kind of just wore out, torn, tattered, and damaged.
So sometimes, would it be fair to say that sometimes you have to take pieces of fabric at a crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Is that what happened with that tear?
No, that's not me.
Okay, so it was like that when you found it.
Yes, that's correct. It was like that.
So returning to this stain that you described, this looked like blood to you?
It was indicative of being a blood stain. Yes,
And so you tested it?
yes, I did.
How did you test it?
I took a cotton swab, wetted it with distilled water, and very carefully swabbed a very small area of that red brown stain. And then we have a spot test at the time. It was a benzidine test. And if, with the addition of the benzidine to the swab, and it turns immediate green, it indicates that it's blood. And it did indicate it was a positive turning of green, which indicated that it was blood. It doesn't say source, it doesn't say human or animal, it just indicates that it's blood. And I subsequently swabbed more from that red brown stained area in an effort to take back to the laboratory for testing.
Now, again, you stated that you specialized in what as a forensic scientist? You specialized in what as a forensic scientist?
We're under a pretty big umbrella, but specifically trace evidence and biological stains, blood stains, semen stains, saliva stains.
So, I'm sorry, this is the next slide. This is number what? Sorry, sir.
Next slide, exhibit 28.
Right, and this is a similar view.
Similar view, just a different view from the driver's side of the vehicle looking towards the center of the car. Again, depicting the red-brown stain area. The photograph that I have depicts the red-brown staining on the carpet a little clearer than the photograph that's up on the screen.
On to the next slide. This is another view of the same stain.
Exhibit 29. However, it's a little bit out of focus, but it depicts again the red brown staining that was below that center console and to the right side of the driver's seat.
So what we're seeing at the bottom of the picture, that's the edge of the driver's seat starting up the back of the driver's
That
seat.
is correct. That's the exterior of the vehicle, the borders of the seat.
What does this picture depict?
This is People's Exhibit number 30. It's a picture looking from the driver's side of the vehicle in towards the center of the car. The seat is tipped ahead slightly, and you can see the driver's seat if it's leaning forward. And then it depicts the console area between the driver's seat and the passenger seat.
Is there anything noteworthy in this image?
It is, and it shows a little bit better in the photographs that I have. But along the bottom edge of the exterior part of the driver's seat where it meets the floor, there's some red-brown staining that runs along that edge of the seat. There are also some red-brown stains on the console area just to the right of that driver's seat.
So is the red-brown stain on the console area, is that a different part of the same stain you showed us earlier? Or is that a different stain?
I think that's a continuation of the stain that was photographed earlier. It just extends a little farther into the back seat.
And you also mentioned there's a second stain in this picture?
Yeah, along, if you can hold up along the bottom side of the seat, so it's kind of right off the end of this photograph and runs back towards the driver's side of the vehicle, but in the carpeted area.
Thank you. Sir, what does this image depict? This is 32?
That's just a general photograph of standing on the driver's side of the vehicle and photographing towards the passenger side. It just shows more debris and soil condition of the interior of the car.
We're on 33, is that correct? Is that?
That's everything too.
Oh, this is 32. Thank you for correcting me.
My age or something. 32.
Okay, thank you. So in picture 32, what is shown here?
And it's not as clear in the image that's on the screen. But what I was trying to document were the red-brown stains. You can see on the crease where the seat meets the seam on the seat, there's some discolored areas there. In the photograph I have, they're red-brown in color. And the other area, which I was trying to document, is the kind of the crease on the floor where it moves along the center console and comes back towards the driver's side. In that crease, there's some red-brown staining on the carpet on the floor.
So you were trying to document staining in the back crease of the seat's tipped forward, and then also along the carpet.
That's correct.
What is this, sir, in 33?
In People's Exhibit 33, it's a closer view of that red-brown staining that was towards the passenger side of the driver's side, but kind of in the crease towards the passenger side of the vehicle. And it runs from the seat back towards the back of the vehicle.
Would it help if I pointed?
Well,
Are you referring to this
correct.
kind of drop shape?
Right back towards the rear part of the vehicle.
And you describe that as a red-brown stain also?
Yes.
What is this view, Mr. Moore?
Actually, I think I'm gonna have to revise. On People's 33, I'm like looking over the seat and down towards the footwell. So I can see on the edge of the seat.
I'm sorry, am I on the wrong slide on the screen?
Yeah, I'm 33.
Okay, tell me when I'm in the right place. Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
So what I was trying to document is the red brown staining that's kind of right up here on the edge of the photograph. And then the red brown stains that run down the town council in the back seat on the driver's side.
Okay. And to the next picture, what is this, sir?
34 is kind of in the back seat and looking towards the front of the vehicle. It's the driver's seat. And I was trying to document the red brown staining that's along that edge of the seat. So the seat's tipped forward towards the front of the vehicle and looking then towards the back of the vehicle and documenting that. And you can also see the red brown staining on the floor of that hump that drive shaft goes through. Again, you can see that red brown staining in People's Exhibit 34.
The next picture, what is this view of?
People's Exhibit 35. This is a photograph of the passenger side of the vehicle, just looking at the seat and the floor area and a portion of the frame on the bottom of the seat. Actually, the frame on the car.
And does this show any objects in the car?
Looks like a playing card or something on the floor that has a red design on it and the seatbelt on the passenger side of the vehicle.
It has a pattern like a playing card. Is it the size of the playing card?
It looks like it's larger than a playing card.
Is that the seat belt going across the
And
screen?
that's the seatbelt. Correct.
And what is this view, sir? Oops, screen just went off. Okay, I'm fine.
People's Exhibit number 36
Yes,
is a photograph of the passenger's door open, just to document the condition of the door.
to the next picture. Is this the passenger side?
People's Exhibit 37 is another photograph, a little closer view of the passenger side seat and the glove box area in the vehicle.
Thank you. To the next picture, that is the glove compartment. Is that right?
That is correct. That's People's Exhibit number 38. Passenger side of the vehicle, glove box open, and a view of part of the console. You also note that the radio is missing from the vehicle.
Correct. Thank you.
And People's Exhibit number 39 is a photograph depicting the open trunk and some of the material that was within the trunk, a portion of the jack along the back side.
And what were you trying to capture in this picture? sir?
That's just general condition and the material that was in the trunk.
And would you agree that this next picture is similar angle driver's side?
That is correct. However, there's one other item that is of noteworthy. Is a portion of the air scoop in that view of the trunk. That's People's Exhibit number 4.
Thank you. So on to 41. Is this the air scoop that you just referenced, sir?
Yes, it is.
Now I know.
That again is in the trunk of the vehicle. A little more centrally located. It's right directly above the license plate. And there's a lot of other debris, fishing net and the air scoop. And on the air scoop, I noted that there were red brown stains, which I took samples of.
So are you speaking of that discolored area near the top and the part closest to us?
Yes,
Right, that's not rust?
no, that's not rust.
Now, we noted before in an earlier picture that there was a portion of the hood missing.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you know if that's that part of the hood in the trunk specifically?
No, I do not know where it came from, just it's in the trunk. There's a missing piece, similar shape to the hole that's in the hood of the vehicle.
Is that the same color as the car?
Yes, it is. It's kind of a maroon, and it's also very subtle.
So you noted a red-brown stain on that.
So the stain would be on the top rear surface and just a little bit more to the passenger side of the vehicle.
This area right there?
Yes, that is.
And this is another view of the trunk?
People's Exhibit 42 is a view of the trunk taken from the driver's side of the vehicle looking into the trunk. And it depicts the debris in the trunk, but it also shows, I call it an air scoop with visible red-brown staining on the top edge of the air scoop.
I'd like to turn your attention to near the top of the picture in the trunk. There is an object that, by my eyes, looks a little blue and white near the top. Do you see what I'm talking about? Past the air scoop, just to the right.
So I see a fishing pole, the handle of a fishing reel, and then there's a bottle of some type that's bluish in color.
A bottle. Okay, thank you very much.
It could be also be a can, it could be a spray can.
A spray can. Okay, thank you. Do you see that spray can or spray bottle in this picture as well?
That's a better picture. Again, photograph taken from the perspective of the driver's side, more towards the center of the vehicle and looking into the trunk. And see the reel and then that blue can with the white top.
Does that can or bottle have a label on it?
Yes, I don't know what it is. I can't read it, but
That's fine. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, sir. And this picture is another view of the trunk, is that right?
this is People's Exhibit 44. Depicts that, what I call the air scoop fishing net, and it's kind of the material that's in the central part of the trunk with the hood, the trunk latch open.
On to the next picture. This is closer view of the same area.
People's Exhibit number 45 is a closer view of the air scoop and focusing in on the red-brown staining on the top surface of the air scoop.
Sir, is this the other side of the trunk?
Yes, People's Exhibit number 46 is driver's side of the trunk open, just debris, cardboard box, a yellow plastic container, the rest of the portion of the jack, and then the air scoop with the red brown stains.
Now, do I see a fishing pole and a fishing net in the trunk there?
Yes, and that's not showing the reel is at the other end. So it's a fishing pole, the reel, and the net.
Thank you. All right. So, one moment, Your Honor. So you noted multiple red-brown stains in the car, is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you did check them, see if there were blood?
An indicative test, which indicated that they were blood.
And in your experience as a forensic scientist, were those consistent with blood stains in your case?
Yes, they were.
And you've had occasion to examine blood stains before this on October 19th, 1983?
Yes, I have.
And did you receive training or education in how to recognize blood stains?
Training, yes, but primarily it was on-job training. From my beginning as a forensic scientist, and that was with the Department of Public Health. And it continued out through the course of my employment to better recognize advances in indicative tests, indicating blood, and collection.
Now, you discussed earlier that you didn't just take pictures, you also collected samples?
That's correct, sir.
Right. If I may approach the witness again.
You may.
You've been handing 47. So I'm handing you 3 pages, 2 exhibits, marked as people's 47 and 48. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are images of the report that I prepared relative to the physical evidence that I collected from the vehicle. And on the first one, exhibit 47, on 48, this is a copy or image of a report that I authored indicating testing of 2 blood samples that were submitted to me from Rick Atwood and Karen Atwood with their blood types.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit what's been marked as people's 47 and 48.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court would admit people's 47 and 48. You can publish those to the jury.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This is your exhibit 47, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And on part of that, do you indicate samples that you collected?
Yes.
Is that the part where you indicate that on the screen?
There's a listing on the first page of it of the items collected. And on the second page, it lists the results.
Okay, let's start with the listing of the items you collected. Can you go through that for us?
This is reference to exhibit number 47, copy of my report. L1 is red brown stain collected from the air scoop located inside the trunk. L2, red brown stains located on the top center area of the trunk. L3, red brown stains noted on the bottom middle surface of the air scoop. L4, red brown stains noted on the carpet, removed from the driver's side rear floor. L5, red brown stains removed from under the driver's seat. L6, red brown stains removed from the back edge of the driver's seat. L7, soil samples removed from under passenger side rear tire area. And L8, soil samples removed from an area around the trunk hinge and seal of the trunk. And L9, soil sample removed from the driver's side dash, back seat floor, and driver's floor.
So L1 refers to the air scoop, is that correct?
Yes, it does. That's correct.
And I've gone back to one of our earlier admitted exhibits. That's the air scoop, and that's what you were talking about in L1?
That's correct.
Okay. L2, which one is that? Can you read that again, please?
L2, red brown stains located on the top center area of the trunk.
All right. Do you have a picture depicting the top center area of the trunk where you collected from that stain?
I do not.
Okay. And how would you account for that?
An error on my behalf.
Okay. When you say that, when you mention that area of the trunk, can you describe where that was?
Not with a great deal of accuracy, such as red brown stains located on the top center area of the trunk. To me, that would indicate that it was something on the exterior of the trunk, but I can't say for sure.
Okay. L3, bottom middle surface of the air scoop. What surface are we seeing in this picture of the air scoop?
So it would, on the air scoop, but the bottom surface of that air scoop.
So under it.
Right.
Okay. And you don't have a picture of that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. L4, the rear floor. Is this what you were referring to in the rear floor, sir, on the
Yes,
screen?
that red brown staining that runs along the edge of the drive shaft tunnel and then kind of accumulates back towards the back edge where it comes up to the seat area.
Want to take a break from this for just 1 second. What kind of camera were you using at the time?
At the time, I believe it was a Nikon 35 millimeter camera. And they were slides, that shots that I was taken to document the scene itself and items I collected.
So is this a digital camera? In 1983?
I don't think so. I think it was a film camera.
Okay.
As we moved along to digital, it was all digital.
Right.
But I believe that this was film.
Okay. Now, under driver's seat in L5, would that, your camera have fit under the driver's seat at that time?
No,
Okay. And am I correct in saying there isn't a picture under the driver's seat?
it would be like you'd have to crawl in and look back to see the staining that I collected in that area.
Okay. And then L6 is back edge of driver's seat. Are you referring to what's shown on the camera, on the picture?
Yes, it would be where the seat itself meets the rigid part of the seat, and it's in that crease that's there in the seat.
Going back to this console area, we have blood, a red-brown stain along the edge of the driver's seat on the console. Is that related from your observations to the stain that you collected from under the seat and the driver's side rear floor?
I'd say in my opinion, no. But my interest was the red brown staining clearly visible on the carpet area, the right side of the driver's seat. There appears to be a little bit of staining on the lower, looks like it's a ridge that kind of tucks over and comes down to the floor. But the stains I collected were from that carpeted area.
So the carpet area stain has a specific pattern to it. Is that correct?
It appears to me that it's kind of flowing, gravity drawn, and the blood is running down the edge and back towards the back seat.
Now, as someone who works in serology, were you trained at all in recognizing blood stain patterns?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe generally how that's done?
Describe.
I'm sorry, let me be more clear.
Yeah.
How do you examine a bloodstain pattern?
Just a visual and then a chemical. And for sure, the chemical indicated that it was blood. Further test showed that it was human blood. The blood itself, which is on the surface, and if it's not coagulated, it will be drawn with gravity to the lowest point. In my opinion, that appears to be blood that is by gravity flowing from the front of the vehicle towards the back, and it actually kind of condenses and cools a little heavier in that lowest point on the floor in the back seat.
So fair to say there's enough blood to flow from under the seat across carpet into the back seat and cool.
Correct.
Okay.
It does not appear to be brushed or physically moved with something, a rag, a sponge. It just appears to be flowing from gravity and accumulating in that low area on the floor in the back seat.
Thank you. So you took these samples that you've listed for us, and you've also mentioned some tests that you've done, your initial test. What, if any, other tests did you conduct on those samples from the red-brown stains?
From L1, L3, L4, L5, and L6. I determined that they were human in origin. Blood typing studies on items L1, L5, and L6 showed that they were blood group type A.
Okay. What does that mean, blood group type A?
At the time, we have 4 blood types that we were able to classify: type A, type B, type O, and type AB. So I determined that those red-brown stains, which were human blood on L1, L5, and L6, were blood group type A.
And then in People's 48, you received some samples from living people?
I think that's a different.
I'm sorry, that'll be People's, marked as People's 48, yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, I received blood samples from 2 individuals,
And who are those individuals again?
Gordon Atwood and Karen Atwood.
Okay. And what were their blood types, if any?
Gordon Atwood was blood group type O. Karen Atwood was blood group type A.
If someone who has type O blood has a child with someone who has type A blood, what are the possible outcomes for their child's blood type?
It'll be either A or O. And O sends no genetic markers. A type A individual could be homozygous A, and they would always send an A type, and the offspring would always be A. But if he's A and O, and he sends an O, the offspring's going to be O. And he sends an A, the offspring will be A.
Okay, so A is a possible result.
Yes, it is.
And would you say a likely result?
I would say it's 11%.
And that according to your testing, you found that these blood stains in the car, in the Trans Am, were type A.
Right.
Does that necessarily indicate that it's human blood?
To determine whether it's human or animal, that's a different test. I determined that they were all human blood.
What test did you use to determine that it was human blood?
It's called an anti-human antiserum that we have. And you take a small portion of the stain, you dissolve it in saline, and you put anti-human serum in the bottom of a small receptacle tube, and then you layer in the extract, the dissolved portion of the blood stain onto the top of that anti-human antiserum. The formation of a white precipitin band at that interface of the two liquids determines that it's human in origin. If it's no band, it's non-human. And then we do have some additional anti-serums we can test for dog, cat, or deer to give some more specific information if needed.
But you didn't do that in this case?
No, I got a positive result for human blood.
So it couldn't be animal blood then?
Now you're throwing some. If it was mixed with animal blood, there's a potential that it could be animal and human mixed. But I didn't test for that.
So there would have to be human blood present to get the result that you got.
That is correct.
And what kind of test did you use to determine the blood type?
ABO blood typing process, which takes us part of the blood stain, again, lifted on a cotton swab, on a cotton thread. It's air dried, it's secured to a plate that has wells, which we add antiserum to it. Let it sit and react for a period of time, usually overnight. We then rinse that all off and then add some saline to the wells, heat it for a while in a water bath, and then add just type A cells, type B cells, and O cells to the 3 wells. The antiserum, which is bonded with the blood stain, will be eluted or driven off from the source into the liquid area. That being, if A is present, it will react or agglutinate, clot the blood cells. If it's B, B will be eluted and B cells will be clotted. If it's O or H, the O cells. So a type A individual would have agglutinated or clotted cells in the A well, none in the B, and a lower level because the H is present in a type A stain. For B, A would be negative, H would be positive, B would be positive. If you're AB, A, B, and H would be positive. If you're O, only H would be agglutinated cells on the plate.
And here you got results for A.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it your job to interpret evidence to conclude whether a crime has been committed?
No,
Whose job is that?
yours.
Did you provide the information that you recovered to anyone in this case?
Yes, it was original reports would have gone to Dick Miller,
Detective Miller?
investigating officer at the Norwego Post or at the Rockford Post. And then from that point on, it would have been whoever was making the request for further analysis.
Now, with the samples that you took, were those samples preserved?
Yes.
How were they preserved?
A portion of the stains that I collected, and again, I collected by swabbing short quarter-inch segments of clean cotton threads, air dried, and then placed in a manila envelope, identifying where they were collected from. I only used a small portion of the stains to do my ABO blood typing. The rest of the stains were placed in frozen storage to help preserve any biological decomposition or degradation of stains.
Did you run any DNA tests in 1983?
I did not.
Why not?
DNA was not a part of our examination process at that time.
Now, you said that you were a forensic scientist, that you worked on serology, correct?
That's correct.
You've examined how many crime scenes would you say in your career?
Hundreds.
Were the stains that you saw in the Trans Am consistent with someone suffering an injury?
We call it a bloodletting incident, which so you're injured and you're bleeding from the wound. So it would be a bloodletting source, which was left behind in vehicle on the floor, the air scoop.
Thank you. I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Corday?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Moore. My name is Stephanie Korndike and I represent Roy Snell. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. If you can't hear me or don't understand me, just stop me and I'll try to rephrase, okay?
Okay.
So I want to talk to you about the swab, I guess we'll call it, that you took from L2. And you described that as the top of the trunk.
Oh, the air scoop.
It's not the air scoop. The top of the trunk, whether that was the top.
Oh, the lid on the trunk?
Correct. You took a stain, a swab of a stain on the trunk, correct?
No.
You didn't take a,
It's the air scoop that was in the trunk.
Oh.
The top edge of that air scoop.
do you? Take a look at what I'm looking at here. I'm specifically referring to L2. Can you please read that and refresh?
Red brown stain is located on the top center area of the trunk.
Do you know what I'm referring to now?
So I see it written, but it doesn't, I don't have that area circled or depicted in a photograph.
I understand that you don't have it depicted in a photograph, but you just testified that you recall that there was a stain present there that you took a swab from.
That's correct.
Okay. That specific swab, do you recall what the results of that were?
That item again is
L2.
on L2.
Correct.
That does not indicate the presence of human blood.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall if you saw any blood staining on the carpeted area of the interior of the trunk?
To the best of my recollection and reviewing of my reports, I did not.
Okay, thank you. We've talked a lot about the fact that you primarily dealt with serology, biological material, is that correct?
Biological and trace evidence.
Okay. Besides the soil samples and the blood samples that you took, did you take any other swabs?
None other than were listed in my reports. Correct.
Would you be the one
that would dust for fingerprints, or is that somebody else?
That would be someone else.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if you were the first person to inspect the vehicle?
I would say that that wouldn't be the case. I would say that primarily, the detective in charge would have made observations of the vehicle while it's in the garage. I was called upon by that individual, Dick Miller, to do a more detailed search of that vehicle.
Do you recall if there were any cigarette butts in the vehicle when you examined it?
I don't recall, I for sure didn't collect any. If they were there.
Thank you. I believe you testified to this, that it is possible for a type O parent and a type A parent to have a type A offspring. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the actual probability of that?
I don't know what the probability would be. You have to kind of do the old Punnett square deal, where you have two alleles. Could be AA, if it's AA, that individual, every time the offspring is going to combine with O, the offspring will be A. If it's an AO individual, it'll be 50% of the time. It would be A. There's another 50% of the time, it could be O.
Do you recall testifying previously at a preliminary examination?
Yes,
And do you recall what you testified to the probability being on that day?
I do not.
Trying to find it in the transcript. I could just have a moment, Your Honor. I believe a question was asked of you. So the percentage would be about 25%, is that correct? If you did pundit squares?
I believe that that's correct. So it's, I mean, just draw a square. O is contributing no theory. Dad, if he's AO, 50% of the time would be type A. If he's AA, 100% of the time, it would be type A in the offspring.
You testified today that there would be a strong possibility that the child would be a type A.
I didn't testify that it would be a strong possibility.
Okay.
It depends on the markers that are passed.
Okay, I guess you use the term likely result. But it's not actually a likely result, is it?
What do you consider likely? 25%? Or 100%? That's your choices. If in fact these are the parents. The better source of this information is going to be a DNA analysis.
Okay, thank you. When you're taking a swab of a stain, would that particular swab be representative of the entire sample?
It may not be, if there's a mixture of one in that stain area, then there may be a combination of different types. More likely in sexual assault cases where you have semen and blood mixed, that would be the case.
Okay. But it is possible.
If that's possible. I mean, I solved a homicide case by going through an entirely blood-soaked sheet and finding a seminal stain that was mixed with that blood that is a combination of two donors. I don't swab the entire portion of the blood stain in the vehicle. I use up to a dozen small 1/4-inch long segments of cotton thread, which are wetted with distilled water and then collected, air dried, and preserved.
And when you're taking those samples, do you space out where you take the samples from in a particular stain, or is it all clustered in one area?
I try and choose the area that has the highest concentration of the red brown stain.
Let me confer with co-counsel briefly. Sorry about that. Is there a way to tell if all the stains left in a vehicle come from the same period of time?
That's the last part of that question.
Sure, let me talk a little louder for you. Is there a way to tell when you find multiple stains in a vehicle, whether those stains were all left at the same time or different periods of time?
That would be difficult to ascertain. It's possible that there could be other stains mixed in with it, but I don't take and swab the entirety of a stain that's present. I try and pick the area which has the highest concentration of possible blood and swab from that area. If the stain is now separated in space, then I sample and take a sample from that source also. And the same is true with any other source I might find, so that I have a representation of the various stains that are present to be tested.
I guess, is it possible to determine the age of a blood stain in a vehicle?
Nothing that I can do a chemical test for to determine age. I can evaluate the stain to see if it's been exposed to sunlight and it's kind of baked, which discolors the stain. Or if it's liquid, still liquid, it's still a relatively fresh stain that hasn't dried yet. But those are the only observations, only other observations that I would make of a stain.
Okay, thank you. What training did you go through for the blood pattern analysis?
I took a week-long seminar training which dealt with blood stain patterns.
I believe that you testified that one of the stains you thought was flowing from front to back with gravity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and where do you think that that stain originated from?
From its original source, I had no idea. The source being a bloodletting incident, which resulted in the blood making contact with the carpet area on the floor and flowing with gravity towards the back seat.
Now, the staining that was present near the seat and the staining that was in the back seat, do you know for certain that those two stains were actually connected?
Being connected in terms of physical
Correct.
origin?
Yes, correct. Connected as in one large stain.
Just from the observation, we're just talking the blood stains that are at the side of the console.
Correct.
It's my opinion that they originated from that area just right adjacent to the driver's seat and then flowed backwards to the back seat floor area.
Did you actually move the seat to determine whether or not that was one continuous blood stain?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you've seen a lot of crime scenes over your career?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a lot of those crime scenes probably involved blood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that the blood that you saw was indicative of a bloodletting event.
Correct.
Okay. The amount of blood that you saw, if you know, do you believe, or would that be the amount of blood you would expect to see in a homicide?
Yeah, there's no real way I can answer that accurately. You know, I've been to scenes where it looks like buckets of blood have been poured out. And I've been to scenes where there's just a small amount of blood and a bloodletting. I really can't give an accurate.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And then do you know what number in line you would have been to inspect the car? You want me to rephrase?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking
Okay.
me.
So when I asked you a question earlier, were you the first person to inspect the car? And you said probably not, probably be the detective.
I would have been the first person that was called upon as a forensic scientist employed by the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Laboratory to go to that vehicle and process the vehicle for trace evidence.
But you have no knowledge of how many people inspected the car prior to you inspecting it?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. 1 second now. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Gunderson?
Just a few, Your Honor. Sir, we were talking on cross-examination, you were testifying a little bit about probabilities and percentages, correct?
That's correct.
So you're saying that.
Let me correct that. I did not testify to percentages, specifically, it's a probability of the markers being passed to generate a type A individual out of parents who were O and A.
Okay, so depending on the genes of the type A parent, the chances are either 100% or 25%.
Correct.
Okay. Is that still what you use today or at the end of your career when you retire?
As I indicated in my testimony previously, DNA analysis will answer with much more detail in terms of probability of a given stain coming from a specific origin.
So fair to say DNA trumps blood typing?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, I have no more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Thorndike?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? All right. If you pass it down to Ms. Mary will get it to you. Okay, there's two questions. The first one is, would you consider the general condition of the car to be typical of a car that has been in storage for 30 days or more?
Could you repeat that?
Would you consider the general condition of the car to be typical of a car that had been in storage for 30 days or more?
I'm not sure I understand if it's secured in a garage.
I think the
And it's
question,
been secured there, it would have been the condition of that vehicle when it was recovered and placed in that storage area.
so you don't think it could have gotten more dirty after it was placed into
No.
the storage?
That's correct.
All right. Do you think that if it was stored outdoors, that that would explain the dusty or the dirty?
I would not say that it would explain the dust or dirt that's on the vehicle. Obviously, if it's in an area where it's a dirt road and there's a lot of soil being pulled into the air and blown around, that it would worsen. That would, in my opinion.
All right. Any follow-up, Mr. Gunderson?
Yes, would that dirt cover the seat and the dashboard?
If the vehicle is closed, in other words, if the doors are closed and the windows are up, that would have very little effect on the interior of the vehicle in terms of adding to the soiled condition of the vehicle.
Nothing further to add.
Ms. Brendike,
No, nothing further.
anything else from the jury? All right, may this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. You're all set for today. You may sit down.
Thank you.
You can leave those exhibits right there. They'll take care of it. It's just about time to break for our afternoon break. So the court will take a break. We'll reconvene in about 3:10. People versus Snell. Jurors, the testimony of Karen Atwood is now going to be read into this trial because she is not available for the trial today. This testimony was taken under oath at an earlier hearing on May 12, 2020. You should consider this testimony in the same way you consider any other testimony you have heard in court thus far. All right, we can bring in that witness that's going to read. Ma'am, if you can come right up here for me. I'm going to swear you in a little bit differently than a witness, but
Okay.
will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear, oath, or affirm to accurately and truthfully read the transcript now before you?
I do.
Thank you. Can you tell me your name?
Diane Quick,
Can you spell that last name for me?
Quick.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Mr. Say anything before we begin?
No.
All right. All right. Mr. Stay, do you want to call your first witness?
Sorry.
He's supposed to know where this is from. 13, oh, halfway down, line 10.
We'll call Karen Atwood. Are we going to do the,
Yes, we can put her up there.
okay. Just go to the court portion.
Okay, we're going to come right up. You're going to come right up those steps there. Watch your step, don't fall. Can you see all right? Before you sit down, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear, oath, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, be careful as you have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. Singh.
Ms. Atwood, if you would like, you can take your mask off, but it is up to you.
Okay,
I'm going to ask you questions without the mask, but I will try to keep a distance, okay?
okay,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, why don't we see if you can scoot up a little bit closer to the microphone?
She may need some help in doing that. Detective?
Does it move?
He'll help you.
Okay,
It is not on wheels, so there you go. Thank you, Detective.
Are you ready, Ms. Atwood?
yes.
Could you please state your name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
First, it's Karen Atwood.
Could you, and what is your last name?
Atwood,
Okay, could you spell both of those names?
KarenAtwood.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
Who are you married to?
Gordon Atwood,
How long have you been married?
62 years, I believe.
And did you have any children with Gordon?
Yes, 5.
5. And what were their names?
Richard Lawrence Atwood, Kurtley Roy Atwood, Annette Marie Atwood, Gordon Allen Atwood, and Lynette Louise Atwood.
And was one of those children known as Rick?
Yes,
Okay, who was that?
he was our oldest son.
Okay, and do you recall his birthday?
July 29th, 1958.
And where do you currently live?
3340 East Monroe, White Cloud.
And how long have you lived in the White Cloud area?
I've got to figure that out again. 62, the White Cloud area, probably 67.
Just around. It doesn't have to be perfect, Ms. Atwood.
Okay, we'll just say 35 years.
Okay, back in August of 1983, where did you live?
Where we're residing right now.
Okay, so you've lived there uninterrupted for decades.
We've been there 40-some years.
Okay, and in 1983, in August of 1983, who was living at your house?
In 83, my youngest was in the military, so Gordon and myself.
How about Rick? Did he live there?
No, he lived in Croton,
Okay, what kind of place did he live in Croton?
a trailer.
Okay, were you aware whether he lived with anybody?
Yes, he lived with Deborah Kane.
And during that time period, what sort of relationship did you have with him? Did he visit? I mean, did you have contact with him?
Yes,
Okay,
just casual. He was an adult.
do you recall how long about he had been out of the house?
He would live with us off and on. He had a radio, and if he'd come home with the radio, we knew he was going to stay for a while.
Okay, but in August of 1983, he was living out in that trailer in Croton.
Yes, he was.
Okay, and were you aware whether he had a car?
Pardon me?
Were you aware of whether he had a motor vehicle or a car?
Yes, he did. Trans Am.
What? Okay, do you remember that Trans Am?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, why do you remember it? So why do you say it that way?
Well, the pride he took in it. He had a friend of his refurbished it, and
Okay, I'm going to show you people's proposed exhibits 49 through 52. And ask you to look at those photos. I'm going to try to keep my distance as best as I can.
yes.
Do you recognize that car?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what car is that?
Dark brown.
I guess, let me ask, whose car is that?
Oh, it was Rick's.
Okay, and those look like photos of Rick's car at the time.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of peoples 49 through 52.
Any objection, Mr. Prysock?
No, Your Honor.
The court would admit plain or people's proposed exhibits 49 through 52.
So it's just 49 through 51. I apologize.
49 through 51.
Ma'am, you can just put them right there on the shelf next to you. Thank you. We're right up by Your Honor.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Did you want this?
At some point in August of 1983, did someone contact you and indicate that Rick was missing?
Yes, Deb. Debbie called me that he was gone, and I called her back, but
Okay.
she called me, said he was missing.
Okay, and we'll hear from her later, but do you recall how long she had said he'd been missing for?
Just maybe a couple days. It wasn't very long.
Okay, in response to that, what did you do?
I told her if she had anything in the house that Rick had there that shouldn't be, to get rid of it, because we were going to the police.
Okay, and did you go to the police?
Yes,
Okay, who did you go to first?
Nuevo County Sheriff's Department.
The sheriff's department?
Yes,
Okay, and what did you tell them?
that he was missing.
Okay, you gave the information, who he was, where he lived, that sort of thing?
Right.
Okay, and obviously you told them. Did you do anything after that?
Yeah, we didn't think things were getting done. Maybe checked as well as they could have been,
Okay,
and we accidentally ran into a friend of ours over on Thornapple and Baseline, and he was retired from the state police post. And we just said, what can we do? And he said, go see Dick Miller at Nuevo.
and did you do that?
Pardon me?
And did you do that?
Yes,
Okay, so is it fair to say you just said you were disappointed? You didn't feel that the sheriff's department was doing enough or something like that?
right,
Okay, and then you went and spoke with Dick Miller.
correct.
Okay, and what did you tell Dick?
About him being missing, and to that point, anything we had heard, been told.
Okay, did you talk to other people yourself outside of talking to the police?
Yes,
Who did you contact? Not individual names, but what kinds of people?
my husband was working in Grand Rapids at that time, so, but I would go into town and sit on the street and wait for people that might have information about Rick and his whereabouts.
Okay, and did you ever physically see Rick ever again, face to face?
Never,
Did he ever contact you by telephone?
no,
Did you ever receive a letter or any sort of information?
never, no,
So since August of 1983, you have not seen him.
right.
Okay, at some point, and I know this is a difficult question, Ms. Atwood, did you make the decision in your head that Rick had been killed, or he was never let me ask it differently. Rick was never going to be coming back.
We did.
Okay, and in furtherance of that thought, did you obtain a grave marker at Hillside Cemetery in Grant?
Right, he did.
Now I'm going to show you people's proposed exhibit number 52. If you could look at that.
Yeah,
And is that the grave marker at Hillside Cemetery?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, I've moved for the admission of people's 52.
Any objection, Mr. Prysock?
No, Your Honor.
The court would admit people's exhibit 52.
If you could just put that up there, thank you, ma'am. And you got that grave marker years later, correct?
Right.
It says to 1983, but you didn't purchase that in 1983, correct?
No, Gordon was laid off for a period of time and we just didn't have the finances to
Okay,
get one right away. So there was a few years went by and
so Ms. Atwood, you have talked a little bit about when you talked with Deb, you said, get anything out of the house.
right,
Okay, what did you mean by that?
marijuana,
Okay, were you aware that Rick was involved with marijuana?
yes,
Okay, what did you think he was doing with marijuana?
selling it.
Okay, and that was not something you approved of?
No, not at all.
Okay, but obviously not something that you were involved in with him.
No,
Okay, I have nothing further.
Mr. Prysock?
Miss Atwood, how are you? You doing all right?
fine, thank you.
My name's Rick Prysock, and I represent Mr. Snell here. And I'm going to ask you some questions. If you can't hear them or you don't understand them, you let me know, all right?
I will do that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say you don't look like you're old enough to have been married 62 years.
Thank you.
With that said, I'm going to ask you some questions. I know this is a difficult time for you. My questions are designed to try to help to find out what happened to Rick, okay? So let's get through it best as we can. You have to answer out loud.
Pardon me?
You have to answer out loud.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, you said you've lived in White Cloud for quite some time. I think you said 30 some years or more. Here in White Cloud, you've lived 30 some years, 40 years?
40 something.
40 some years.
Uh-huh.
And how old was Rick when he moved out of the house?
He graduated in 76, probably shortly thereafter.
Okay. And he lived, you said, in a trailer over by Croton?
Yes,
Did he buy that? Did you buy it? How did he get the trailer? Do you know?
he paid rent on it because I found several receipts where he had. In fact, the last receipt, he paid the 1st of August
Okay,
through that whole month.
okay. Now, when he moved out of the house, did he have a job?
He worked for utilities.
Do you know for how long?
I don't. Oh, I just don't know for sure. He was not lazy. He had a bunch of firewood he had cut besides working for utilities. I know that he had cut an orchard for somebody and
Okay, so he picked up money wherever he could, you're saying maybe?
right, right.
Okay, do you recall when he got the car, this Pontiac you saw the pictures of?
No, I don't.
Okay, and how often, I think Mr. Stay asked you this, but how often would you see Rick after he moved out? Did he come over? Did you go over to his place?
Yeah, just occasional. Rick and I had a good relationship, so,
Okay,
you know, adult kids, they like to be out on their own.
sure. You didn't see him every day or talk to him, but
Oh, no, just
pretty frequent?
on occasion.
Okay. And when you say he lived, I think you said he didn't live. The trailer wasn't too far from where you lived. About how far was it? Do you remember?
About 10 miles.
Okay.
And you said that he lived there with Deborah Kane?
Correct.
And do you know how long he lived there with her? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
All right. And she was the one you said who called her and said Rick was missing?
She called me, told me that he was missing.
Do you recall about how many days did she say he had been missing when she called you? Do you remember?
You know, I can't tell you exact, but I'll tell you less than a week.
Less than a week?
Yeah,
Okay. And do you recall telling Deb that, you know, don't worry about it, he'll probably come back?
no,
You didn't, you don't
no,
recall saying that to her?
it's out of character for him.
Okay. That would have been out of character?
Yeah,
Okay. And when you talked with her, did she say, how often did you talk with Deb King?
with Debbie, not very often.
But you knew her to talk to her?
Right,
Did you ever call her to strike up a conversation or
no,
just knew her through Rick, basically?
right,
Had you known her before she and Rick got together?
yeah, it's a small community.
Okay, and that brings me my next question. Did you know any of Rick's friends, people he hung out with?
Probably just the Gunthers. They play baseball with Gordon, with Rick.
Okay,
So it was small,
the Genthers?
small community, you know. You knew who your kids were playing sports with.
Anybody else?
No, no,
Now, we touched a little bit on the fact that you knew that Rick was involved in or sold marijuana in White Cloud and possibly other places. But you knew he sold marijuana for money, correct?
well, I would assume, I don't know that, but I would assume.
Well, do you recall finding what you thought was a ledger that I think you turned it over here to Detective Rios?
His little black book,
Yeah, it was what was it?
a little black book,
That was an address book, maybe?
right.
Okay. Did you also find a blue ledger that had names and figures and things in it that you turned over to Detective Rios as well?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. And when you turned those over to him, you gave them to him because you thought maybe it would help him in the investigation, correct?
Say again, please.
When you turned those items over to Detective Rios, you did so because you thought it would help with his investigation, correct?
Correct.
And when you turned those over to him, did you look through them?
I'm sure I did. I can't tell you exactly, you know. I really trusted Detective Miller and Sergeant Rios. So maybe if I came across something I thought it might be of interest, I gave that information to them. So then I didn't feel like I was under pressure to specifically remember events, you know.
They didn't come knocking on your door every other day and say,
Oh, no,
did you find anything else?
no,
Okay. Do you recall when you gave that book, both books, the ledger and the small black book, the address book to Detective Rios? Do you recall telling him that you thought maybe those were records of Rick's drug sales?
I don't know that,
Okay,
but
good. If you don't know, I want you to say you don't know rather than guess.
yes,
Thanks, I appreciate that. Now, when you had contact with Rick, did you ever see him with a large amount of money?
yes.
Okay, how often would you see him with a large amount of money?
Once, I think I was doing laundry up from hunting clothes and there was a roll of money.
Okay, you don't know how much it was though, correct?
Oh, no, I seen it and I knew what it was, but I said, I think this is yours. That was the end of that.
It could have been all $1 bills, right?
It could have been $1 bills.
Yeah, you don't know how much the amount,
I have no idea.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have no idea what the amount was?
No,
Because when I say large amount, I meant, not necessarily thousands of dollars. You never saw him with thousands of dollars?
no,
Did Rick ever express to you any concerns about his lifestyle and that he was concerned that maybe he was into some things that concerned him for his safety and Deb's safety? Did he ever say anything like that to you?
you hear things, but I can't verify that, so I don't know.
Okay, well, I just asked you that because and again, you don't have the advantage of some of the things received, but one of the comments that Ms. Kane, I think, is going to testify to, or I'm going to ask her about, is that Ricky expressed some concern about his lifestyle and that he was possibly concerned for his safety, wanted to move back into the house. Do you recall him saying anything to you about that?
No, I heard that he had said something to Dwayne Gunther, but
He never said anything to you about it?
no,
Okay,
he wouldn't want to worry us.
okay. Do you know Mr. Snell here?
No, I do not.
You never saw him before today?
No,
Okay. Do you know of any of the Snells in the,
pardon me?
do you know any of the Snell boys? He had a brother named Troy that played football. Do you know of him?
I knew who his father was.
You knew Roy Senior, his dad, Roy's dad, but Roy himself here. You did not know him?
No,
Never saw him with Rick before?
no,
Okay. Never heard Rick talk about him?
I heard something.
Yeah, but you don't know him.
No, I do not.
All right.
Not at all.
I don't think I have anything further. Thanks, Ms. Atwood. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Stay or Mr. Rolston, any follow-up?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Atwood. You may step down. Can this witness be excused or
Yes,
permitted to watch in the,
I do not have an objection to that.
Mr. Prysock may should be excused as a witness.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, Ms. Atwood, you may now watch the proceedings next door. If you want, in the circuit courtroom, Detective Rios will show you where that is for on live stream. Thank you, Ms. Quick. You may step down. For the benefit of the record, just to make it clear, the court, we did read the transcript from the hearing held back in May. The only changes to the transcript were the exhibit numbers. The exhibit numbers in the transcript were 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those numbers were changed when we read it to 49, 50, 51, and 52 to accurately reflect the exhibits that are as they are numbered today. These are the exact exhibits that were 1, 2, 3, and 4 in that transcript, but they are now labeled 49, 50, 51, and 52. To the prosecutor, anything we should clarify in regard to
No, thank you, Your Honor.
that? To the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Prosecutor, do you want to call your next witness?
Oh, Gordon Atwood Jr.
Right. Mr. Atwood, right up here for me. Watch your step as you walk out. Swear you in before you sit down. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or oath or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Gordon Atwood Jr.,
And could you please spell your first and last name for the recorder?
Gordonatwood.
And sir, where do you live?
5289 North Evergreen,
And how old are you?
59.
What are your parents' names?
Gordon and Karen,
And is your mother currently alive? And when did she pass away?
April 1st.
Sorry to hear that. And is your father alive?
Yeah.
Could you describe somewhat his medical condition?
Alzheimer's.
Does he live on his own or with someone else?
I was in facility,
And you have some siblings? And what are their names?
Kurt, Annette, and Lynn, and Rick.
Okay. And what is your age relative to Rick?
I'm about 5 years younger.
And did you look up to Rick when you were growing up? You made that little noise. Why don't you
Yeah.
explain that a little more?
He was just, he's older, but he's my big brother. He took care of me. We hung out, 150 together, but yeah.
I'm going to draw your attention to the summer of 1983. Where were you living?
With my mom and dad.
And who else was, because of the ages, who else was living there? Was it just you at that point?
Yeah.
You're the youngest.
Youngest boy. My sister, I got a younger sister.
And where was Lynn?
She was in the military, I believe, still in the military, somewhere right there.
And were you working then?
Yeah, I was
Okay, where were you working?
just construction.
And would you have regular contact with Rick?
Oh,
Okay, you explained it a little bit before. What would you do with Rick?
like I say, we hunt, fish. I was his dog. I was, all that stuff. And, yeah.
How often did you see him?
I see him every couple days.
Now, around the time that he went missing, August 10th, 1983, did you have that same relationship with him?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall the last time you saw him?
Probably not specifically, I know.
It wasn't that day, August 10th.
No, it wasn't like
Were you aware at the time where he was living?
Yeah.
Okay, where was that?
I was going, very damn, going in the trailer.
And who was he living with?
Then we came.
And did you know her too?
Yeah.
And she's a little bit younger. Was she close in
She's
grade?
a year older.
She's a little bit, I'm sorry, she's a little younger than Rick. She's close to your
That's
age.
correct. Yes, that's correct.
Was she in your grade or close grade?
Year older.
And did you know what type of car that Rick drove? And what was that?
That was a Pontiac Firebird.
And what, do you recall what color it was?
I call it burgundy. Some people call it brown, purple,
Had a couple of exhibits. I'm going to show you 49, 50, and 51. Recognize that as the car. If you could just flip through those, please. And had you been in that car?
Yeah.
How many times?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time, several times. Yeah.
What do you mean by several? Can you give us a little more? I mean, were you in it 100 times?
No, I was not in 100 times. No.
10 times?
20.
Okay. And how did Rick keep this car? Did he keep it clean?
Yeah.
Did you know Rick to smoke cigarettes?
No.
You were aware that Rick was involved with selling marijuana.
Yes.
You were a little younger brother at the time, but did you see him with cash from that?
Yes.
How would he hold that cash?
He just wads of money. He just roll it up and put it in his pocket.
We've heard people indicate that that the car was his baby. Okay. Would he let other people drive the car? At some point, the police contacted you to give a DNA swab. Is that correct? Is your understanding that it was about this case? And you consented to that DNA swab? Okay. And we've also seen some photographs of when the car was seized and processed by the Michigan State Police. And some of these photos show a car that is quite dirty on the inside. And I'm going to show you those photos in a second. I just want to get a couple of representative pictures. I'm gonna show you people's 27, 12, 9, and 19. Some of these are photos of what the car looked like when it was processed by the Michigan State Police. I want you to look through those pictures. You're shaking your head. Is that,
That's too bad.
okay, what is it, when you see those pictures and you're shaking your head, what are you thinking?
Disgusted.
You're what?
Just disgusted, and he would never leave his car like that.
All right, I have nothing further.
It's too bad.
Thank you. Ms. Corndyke. Oh, Ms. Smulders. Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good. So my name is Valerie Smulders. I represent, along with Stephanie Corndyke, the defendant in this case. And I just have some follow-up questions for you, okay? All right, do you remember meeting with the police on or about March 18th, 2016? It's been a while, right?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember around that time
I'm
frame
sure.
meeting of the police? You've met with them on
Oh, yeah.
several occasions, correct? Okay. I kind of want to get into some of the statements that you made with the officer at that time. And I do have the report here if I need, if you need to look at it to refresh your memory, okay? So you had stated several names to the police that you thought may know something to do with your brother and his disappearance, okay? And I kind of want to go through one name at a time. So the first name that you stated was Phil Hudson. Do you recall making that statement?
Do I remember making it? No, I don't remember, but yeah, I know Phil Hudson, yes.
Okay. Do you recall why you would have made that statement?
Well, just because they hung out together and they really, clashed when they were kids, you know what I mean? But, I just know they bumped heads a little bit.
Okay. Do you recall any specifics of bumping heads?
Just one time at a party, it was also Bill Plotzy, I think, was on baseline or something, but they had an issue there at that party, but that was about the extent of that issue that I thought. I mean, I don't know about anything past that.
And do you recall that time period? Was that around 1983 or?
Obviously, it was before that.
Sure.
So, yeah, I couldn't tell you how old I was at that time.
Okay.
I just know before that, obviously.
I'm going to try to pick your brain here. If you can maybe narrow it down a little bit closer. So 1983, how old were you?
I was 19.
You were 19 at the time.
Yes.
Okay. So do you recall maybe 5 years prior to that, you were probably just starting high school, if I'm doing my math correct? Does that sound about?
17. So,
Oh, you read, oh, then my math's off. Okay. How about when you first started high school, do you recall that this altercation, I'm going to use that word, but this run-in, if you will, with Phil occurred, or was it after high school when you were graduated after 17?
Okay, wait. You gotta wait for the whole question to get out and then answer.
She's trying to type,
That's
so when you talk at the same time. We have a bad habit of doing that. She reminds us.
I do it as well, so it's probably both of us.
You're
as
not the
well.
first
I
one
felt like I
today.
was at home.
She will do it again. So,
I'm gonna re-ask, and I'm gonna try to go more concise and slower. But do you recall then this run-in that you are testifying to between Phil and your brother, Rick? Was that during your high school years, or do you believe that it was after you graduated, after you were 17? And if you don't know, that's fine. I'm just trying to kind
I'd
of
be
get.
guessing if I said an answer. I mean,
Sure.
so I don't want to miss. I'd be
Sure.
guessing.
Nope, I understand. All right, so then the next name you mentioned is David Gabrion. Do you recall mentioning that name to the police?
I'm sure, yeah, he's probably the line names I mentioned.
Okay. How about with him? Are there any specifics that you can recall that would have indicated any sort of altercation or caused Rick to be paranoid of him?
No,
No.
no.
Okay. The next name you mentioned is Steve Christensen. Do you recall mentioning that name to the police? Do you know why you mentioned that
That
name?
was his friend.
Okay,
And,
okay. And why do you believe you mentioned that name as knowing something about the disappearance of Rick?
just for the simple reason that I was hoping that at one time that he was alive. I'm not gonna lie, you know,
Sure.
as a brother, you wanna hope that he's still alive, but yeah.
So you don't have anything specific that you believe was, bad blood between the two? No, okay. And then another name you mentioned is Dwayne Ganther. Do you recall mentioning that name to the police? Okay, was there a specific reason why you mentioned that
That
name
was
to the
his
police?
friend as well, all through school. You know, just people that he hung out with, I'm just trying to throw names out there to find them, I just want to find my brother. You know what
Understood.
I mean? You gotta try getting people to work with to try to find them.
How about a Glenn Miller? And I guess he went by the name Woodchopper. Okay, any reason specifically why you would have mentioned that name to the police?
Obviously, I was 14, you ride around with your big brother, you're cool. They see Glenn Miller, when I throw Glenn Miller's name out there, I just said Glenn Miller's name because it was just one instance when I was like 14, 15 maybe, that we went into the knock at the door. Yeah, asked him outside, that's one of the reasons I mentioned his name.
Okay, and what do you mean asked him outside?
Well, wanted to fight him.
Wanted to fight him, okay. Who wanted to fight who?
Well, obviously,
Rick wanted to fight him, okay. And do you know why specifically he wanted to fight him?
No, he didn't tell me why. I was just, we seen that.
Okay. And did you not ask Rick?
No.
No. Anybody else, besides those names that I've mentioned, that you actually seen your brother Rick get into an altercation with? No. You did also mention to the police during this time that you had heard rumors about what happened to Rick's body. Do you recall stating that to the police?
Yeah.
Okay, and you mentioned something about J.D. Martins. Do you recall that statement?
Probably.
Do you recall what you stated to the police regarding that?
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain to the court?
Well, I was just told that they fed his body to the pigs up at J.D. Martin's house.
Okay. And where did that rumor come about? Do
I
you
don't
recall?
know. There's, like I say, there was a lot of rumors, you know what I mean? We were just hoping for one of them to have home, you know?
And when you stated here in your testimony right now that they fed his bodies to the pigs, who is they specifically, according to this rumor?
I was under the stand, it was Roy and Troy.
Okay. And do you know where you heard that from?
I don't know where I heard it from. You know, like I said, there are rumors flying around White Cloud for years after that, you know what I mean?
Were there some other rumors going around then regarding that?
I don't know. That's the only one that sticks in my head.
Okay. And then you also mentioned to the police during that time that your brother had ripped somebody off in Grand Rapids. Do you recall making that statement?
Yeah, that was a statement that I made. I think it was more of it was a rumor that I heard, nothing that I physically seen or knew. Just, it was a rumor that I heard. That was another one of the rumors that flew around town as well, you know what I mean?
Was that a rumor that flew around town after your brother had disappeared then?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you aware then that your brother sold drugs, marijuana specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that he sold any other types of drugs?
Maybe some 356 speeders or something, or nothing. Yeah, that was it.
So some marijuana and maybe some speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't talk over each other.
Oh, sorry.
All right. And then did you, well, strike that. Did you know where your brother would get this marijuana or these pills from? Were you aware that there was some dealers in the Grand Rapids area that your brother would get his marijuana or pills from? No. So you never went down to
No,
Grand Rapids with your brother and accompanied him on any of these dealings? No. Now, I know you testified that your brother did not smoke cigarettes specifically, correct? Okay. Did some of his friends at the time smoke cigarettes?
My knowledge, no.
Okay,
And if they did, they couldn't smoke in his car.
that was gonna be my next question, okay? So your brother Rick didn't allow people to smoke cigarettes in his car? Okay. How about marijuana? Was that smoked in his car? Is that a yes? Okay. Did you talk to your brother at all that day of August 10th, 1983? No. When was the last time you talked to him before that?
Been within a day or two, I couldn't give you the exact time, or maybe, every other day I'd see it, but
And have you ever talked to your brother after that day, August 10th, 1983? Have you ever received any sort of communication at all from him after that date? All right, that's all I have.
Mr. Singh?
Mr. Atwood, we talked a little bit about your family. Do you have any half brothers or any half step siblings? Did you know the defendant, Roy Snell?
yeah.
Okay, how did you know him?
I went to school with him. He was a year or two younger than me.
Was he an acquaintance or a friend of your brother Rick's?
Not that I knew of.
Did your brother Rick ever make a comment about him?
No.
Fair to say that this disappearance of Rick had a big effect on your life?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say, as you got past August 10th, 1983, you're almost getting a little bit more and more desperate, maybe more and more accepting that he's not coming back? Is that correct? Is it fair to say you do anything to help your brother?
Yeah.
Okay, so you just start throwing out names. Okay. And it sounds like you gave a lot of names.
Sure did.
Small town, right?
That's right.
Okay. Most of those things that you forwarded to the police were just rumors that you heard.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Ms. Smulders, any recross? No, you're. May this witness, any questions from the jury? No? May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please sit down. Next witness? Okay, right up here. Watch your step as you walk up. I'll swear you in before you sit down. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Sir. Could you please state your name for the record?
Lynette Gunnison.
And Ms. Gunnison, could you spell your first and last name?
Lynette, Lynnette, Gunnison, Gunnenson.
And Ms. Gunnison, where do you currently live?
You want me to get this?
Just a city.
Fremont.
And did you grow up in the White Cloud area?
I did.
And who are your parents?
Gordon and Karen Atwood.
And do you have any siblings?
I do.
And including Rick, who are they?
Rick, Kurt, Annette, Gordy, and myself.
And what is your age? How old are you today?
I'm 57.
And what is your age difference between you and Rick?
8 years.
And you're 8 years
Eight.
young, okay, 8 years younger?
Yes,
At some point, when you were in your mid-teens, did you go into the armed forces?
I did.
When was that?
That was August 3rd, 1983.
So this would have been a few days before Rick, a few days, about a
A
week,
week.
10 days
Mhm.
before Rick went missing. Do you recall the last time you saw Rick?
We had had a family gathering prior to me leaving, and he was supposed to show up to that, and he did not, so it was probably maybe a week before the party and a week before I left.
Okay, and on August 10th, 1983, where were you living?
I would have been at Fort Dix, New Jersey.
And at some point, did the fact that Rick had gone missing, did you become informed of that?
I went to AIT, which is your schooling for the military. That was at Fort Lee, Virginia. You get more privileges than what you have when you're in basic training. And I had called some friends, and a friend asked me if I had heard anything about Rick being missing, and I didn't have any idea what she was talking about.
This is 1983, obviously, there's no email. Of course,
Right.
basic training, there's not a
Right.
lot of communication.
Right, we had none during basic.
Was that the first you had heard of it?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
I was confused, you know, I didn't know anything, so I called my parents at that time and gained enough information to know that I needed to come home. I contacted my chain of command, and they couldn't do anything for me unless Red Cross notified them. And so, because there was not a body, there was no death certificate, so I couldn't use that as my method to come home, so I went AWOL.
Okay, so you came home anyway.
I did.
Okay. Now, you said you left for basic training August 2nd of 1983.
Yes.
In the period before that, in about a year before, what was your relationship with Rick? I'd first start with how often would you see him?
I would see him quite often, not necessarily, you know, a lot of times in passing. He was always in town. His car was always at the hobby hut. He would come to my parents' house. So I mean, weekly,
Okay. And
at least
the
weekly.
age difference, was he somebody you looked up to or?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was my oldest brother, for sure.
And around that time, do you recall him having a car?
Yes.
And could you describe that car?
It was a brown Trans Am with a hood scoop. It was his baby. He loved it. It was immaculate. He didn't like smoke in it. He barely let me ride in it.
Okay. First, let me show you these pictures first.
Okay.
And then we'll ask a few questions, okay?
Okay.
49 through 51, if you could look through those three pictures just quickly. Is that the Trans Am?
It is.
Okay. Now, had you been in that Trans Am?
I had.
Okay, how many times?
It would be a guess, but multiple, but not, I mean, probably less than 20,
Did he let you drive?
you know,
Why not?
because he didn't trust me to drive in his car. That was the way.
Did you see anybody else?
Never, ever.
Now, you mentioned something about cigarettes. Did Rick smoke cigarettes?
No, he did not.
Did you smoke cigarettes?
I did.
Did he let you smoke in the car?
He did not.
Do you specifically remember it? Did he tell you that? Did you try to smoke? What would happen?
Oh, I wouldn't even try. He'd be ornery.
Now, you did you know that Rick was involved with marijuana?
I did.
Okay. Did he give you marijuana sometimes?
He did not.
Okay.
He wouldn't give it to me because he didn't want my parents to have an altercation with my parents. So he would give it to my brother Gordy to give to me.
So Your parents didn't approve of what he was doing.
Oh, absolutely not.
And did you see, as a result of that drunk drive, marijuana, sales, did you see money on it?
Always.
Okay. And how would he carry that money?
He had a chain that was like a chain that went from his belt loop to his back pocket, and it was connected to his wallet.
When you said he had a lot of money, what do you mean by that?
Was.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 18, 19, 20. These are photos of the car after it was seized by the police. I want you to look through those 3 photos quickly. Enough to see them. Anything surprise you about those photos?
How dirty it is?
Did you ever see Rick's car in this state?
Never.
You know Roy Snell.
I do.
How did you know him?
We were in the same grade in high school.
And did you ever see him associate with your brother?
I did not.
When you came back into town, did you attempt to help your family try to locate Rick?
No. It was more to talk to my parents and try to figure out what was going on, because I really didn't have any idea. But we didn't go searching or anything like that. It was more to support my mom and my dad, mostly my mom.
And since you last had contact with him, which you said probably sometime in late July or early August, did you have any, have you had any contact with him?
I have not.
By phone?
No.
By mail?
No.
Email?
No.
Have you seen him?
No.
Now, have you spoken with the police about this?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say, we heard a little bit from your brother, his family members, you just at some point became exasperated, start throwing out some names?
Yes.
Okay. And was that information based on rumors that it funneled to you?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Ms. Carndike or Ms. Walters?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Gunnison. My name is Stephanie Korndike. I represent the defendant, Mr. Snell. I'm just going to ask you a couple brief questions.
Okay.
Did you ever go hunting or fishing with your brother? And you mentioned he kept his money, you described it as a chain to a wallet.
Yes.
Did he ever keep his money in any other way?
I think he had a safe in his house.
What about upon his person?
I mean, it may be a wad in his front pocket, maybe, or something, but generally speaking, he kept it in his wallet.
I have nothing further.
The redirect?
Ms. Gunnison stated that you supported your parents.
Yes.
Did you end up going back to the military?
Yes, I did. I got in trouble when I got back.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Carndike?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Steptoe? You may. This witness is excused from her subpoena. She can stay in the courtroom, is that right?
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Stein, Ms. Carndike. She asked if she could remain in the courtroom.
Yes, that's absolutely.
Thank you.
Call Annette Atwood.
Ms. Atwood, right up here for me. Watch your step as you walk up, and I'll swear you in before you sit down.
You raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may see. Okay, go ahead.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Annette Marie Corte,
And could you please spell your first and last name?
Annette, last name Courtade,
And Ms. Corte, what is your maiden name?
Atwood,
And do you, what are the names of your parents?
Gordon and Karen.
And do you have any siblings,
Yes,
including Rick? Could you name them, please?
Kurt, Gordy, and Lynn.
And what is your age difference between you and Rick?
4 years
You're 4 years younger or older?
younger.
And did you grow up in the White Cloud area?
Yes.
And how long did you live, when did you leave the White Cloud area?
After I graduated, I moved to Grand Rapids and went to college there.
In August of 1983, were you living in White Cloud?
No,
And how did you come to know that your brother had gone missing?
my mom called me.
In the time period just before August of 1983, did you have any relationship with your brother Rick?
I saw him at holidays and whenever I came home to visit.
So not a daily thing, there's a distance.
Right.
Did you talk to him? I know phone calls were more money in 1983, but did you ever talk to him on the phone?
Not normally, no.
Is it fair to say you weren't particularly close at that period of time?
No, I was living out of state. But
Now, you knew Deb King.
yes,
How did you know Deb?
Deb and I were really good friends up until like 9th grade, probably.
Something happened or just the sort of thing that happens as you
Yeah,
go through grade?
you know, I got a boyfriend and I started playing sports a lot, so I just had different interests. I think we just kind of drifted apart.
But eventually, she starts dating and living with your
Yeah,
brother.
yeah.
Did you introduce them?
No,
And were you aware that he sold marijuana?
yes,
Were you present for these sales?
no,
Did your parents approve of that?
no.
When you learned that he had gone missing, what did you do in response to that?
Well, my mom said not to, you know, come up to White Cloud. I was in Ohio at the time and just kind of wait and see. Maybe I think, you know, maybe he'll turn up or something like that, you know. So I stayed.
And do you recall the last time you saw it?
Not, I can't pinpoint the date, no, but it would have been for sure the Christmas before.
So it could have been 8 or 9 months earlier.
It could have been. It probably wasn't, but
Did you know whether Rick smoked cigarettes?
I don't think he ever did.
Were you aware of the Trans Am that he had?
Yes,
Had you driven in that Trans Am?
no,
Since last time you saw him, well, since August 10th, 1983, have you had any contact with Rick?
no,
Have you ever seen him face to face?
no,
Mail,
no,
phone,
no,
electronic?
no.
Thank you.
Ms. Thorndike or Ms. Smulders?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? May step down, ma'am. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
May stay in the courtroom or go, it's your choice. Sir, if you want to come right up over here. Watch your step and then I'll swear you in before you sit down. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear, hold, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. You may go ahead.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Kurt Atwood,
And sir, can you spell your first and last names?
K-U-R-T, Atwood, A-T-W-O-O-D.
Sir, I want to draw your attention to August 10th of 1983. Where were you living at the time?
In Tennessee.
And did you have a brother named Rick? And what is the age difference between you and Rick?
Almost 2 years.
Now, I guess I'll ask you the same questions. Who are your parents?
Gordon and Karen Atwood.
And can you name all of your siblings, please, including Rick?
Rick, myself, Annette, Gordy, and Lynn.
And are you aware of any step brothers or half brothers that you have?
No.
And what were you doing in Tennessee in August of '83?
Well, I was welding down there. So, yeah, welding.
Work.
Yeah,
Working.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there a time before 1983 when Rick came to live with you?
Yes.
Okay. And about what time period was that?
That's 80, 81.
1980 or 1981?
Yes.
And did you live together?
Yes.
Did you know Rick to smoke cigarettes?
Never.
And when he was down there, did you know him to smoke pot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you smoke pot with him?
Yes.
Did he sell marijuana when he was in Tennessee?
No.
Were you aware that when he returned to Michigan that he was selling marijuana?
I wasn't aware, but no.
You weren't present here.
Right.
Okay. How did you see how Rick would hold money? Okay, how would he do that?
Usually big roll of cash.
And how did you learn that he had gone missing?
Parents.
Did they call you?
Yes.
In response to that, did you come home?
Not right away. Later that fall, we did, early winter.
And when you came back, still missing.
Right.
The police made contact with you about this case, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you consent to a DNA swab in your cheek?
I did.
Do you know Roy Snell?
No.
Since you last saw since August of 1983, have you ever seen your brother again, face to face?
No.
Did he ever call you,
No.
email you, write you a letter?
No.
If you had any contact?
None.
Do you consider him deceased?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Corday, Ms. Smulders.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Atwood. My name is Stephanie Korndike and I represent Mr. Snell. Okay, I'm just gonna ask you a few questions. When Rick came to live with you, did he have a vehicle at that time?
Yeah.
And do you recall what that vehicle was?
I think he actually had a motorcycle at the time. That was a 650 Yamaha, I believe.
Did you ever see his Trans Am in person?
No.
Okay, so you never rode in it?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Questions from the jury? May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. You can stay or go. You can stay in the courtroom if you want or leave. Any other witnesses for today's purposes?
Not for today, Your Honor.
All right, as you guys know, because there's kind of so many days between trials, we try to guess as best we can when we have witnesses appear. And so that concludes the testimony for today's purposes. Going to excuse you for today, so you're getting out a little early. Come back Friday at 8:30, same situation. I'll go back to the jury room, and then we'll try to get started as quickly as we can on Friday.